morning. Can we close? Good morning, I'm Elena. I'm from the University of Turin and the Italian node of OPERAS. So sorry, having an Italian chair, the session is 1 minute late. It's us. It's simply us. So our session today, but I have to tell you, I was solving a crucial issue in the past 10 minutes, so that's why I'm late. Anyway, welcome to our speakers. Hello. I think we met before. We surely met before because Alessia is one of the pillars of OPERAS. Aziz, we never met before. So nice to meet you and nice to meet you. So let's see our, let's say, order. So today our section would be on the fault lines of open science, power, plurality, and the struggle for inclusive knowledge. I have to say, inclusive knowledge is one of the issues at the moment. 2 weeks ago, we had a wonderful conference in Munich, led by Sabina Leonelli. The title was The Future of Open Science, Equitable, Inclusive, Responsible. Okay, so these are our keywords, basically. So let me check the order. Faita, you are the first. Ah, yeah, that's the, first name, second name. Joanna, of course. Joanna, so you are the first. Yeah, so the floor is up to you immediately. I don't know, the slides are... Which one is the one connected? This one? Can you find the folder? It's already there. But we can't see the slides here. Yeah. Is there anyone Polish speaking? It's in Polish. Yeah, but there is an issue with the screens. Yeah. If you know how to fix it. But, okay. Maybe she can solve. Okay, we have an hero here. Thank you so much for solving the issue. So again, yeah, this is your screen. And actually, Joanna is from the Open Edition Lab at CNRS and the University of Lyon. And she will talk about open science under tensions, conflicts, and blind spots in the French social sciences and humanities. And I would say, if you were at the panel yesterday, the tensions actually are not only in France. It's a global, let's say, not a lucky moment for open science. So please, it's up to you. And you have 10 minutes, Thank you.
So, thank you for having me. I'm Ioanna Faita, and I'm a third-year PhD candidate on Information and Communication Sciences under the supervision of Serifa Boukassem Zegmouri and Simon Dumas-Brambon. So, for this presentation, I'm going to draw on a paper I recently published on the Journal of Electronic Publishing, and it's actually a scoping review on what does not make consensus in the French landscape of open science in the social sciences and the humanities. So here you have the DOE and the full reference. So I will take a step back, and I think that that is because what concerns the topic converges with what challenges scholarly communication today overall, and that is digital transformation. So I want to start with kind of a provocation, if I might say. So on February 2026, the Scholarly Kitchen, independent scientific blog, publishes the evolution of the editorial office from kitchen tables to global infrastructure. What seemed to argue the two editorial professionals on the private sector, the two persons signing the publication, is that what began as informal, scientific, academic labor, individual, has now become a global infrastructure. And while that might sound kind of reductory, we find some rather interesting points here, such as the part where I have underlined the interesting point. So the part where they advocate that research integrity management became the core of their workflow. So the comment section below is also very rich. While a comment praises the author and specifies how digitalization changes the perimeter and the expertise of editors, there is another comment pushes back saying, no, sorry, the ethical scholar-led open access journal sector has no budget. Perhaps we are talking about commercial publishers. So it feels like we have a misunderstanding here. It feels like they are not describing the same one editorial office or the same scale editorial office. Are they even talking about the same discipline journals? So what we have here in one blog is almost all the key elements that scientific edition is facing today. And that's the same exact tensions that run through open science. So what interests me today is what is distinctive about the French case, where it connects to and where it diverges from international debates. So the literature review I undertook maps the tension based on an iterative bibliographic research based on published debates between 2010 and 2027. So in the very same corpus, we're going to have policy-making texts, official reports evaluating compliance, articles describing epistemic or epistemological issues, so many different actors and many different formats. And that allows me to observe a gap between institutional discourse and what researchers attest. For that matter, I use the concept of boundary object, something that is flexible enough to satisfy different communities. And by communities, I mean professional ones, disciplinary ones, linguistic ones, or communities of practices, but is also able to maintain a shared identity without erasing the conflicts. So the scoping review is organized around 6 main objects of debate, moving from conceptual ones, such as defining open access, openness, open science, or open sciences, to the material ones, shifts of workflows, for example, SSH research data, to the more organizational ones. So today we're going to go through some of them. To further understand its objects of debate, I'm drawing on the 5 open science schools of thought, as you might see here, that is an evolving taxonomy. So in French SSH, the 3 first ones, the infrastructural one, where open science is a technical challenge to implement, the democratic one, where open science is a civil right to respect, and the pragmatic one, where open science is a workflow to foster, interweave. But the technical aspect of them all, if we may, the access-oriented issues, basically, tend to dominate policy discourse at the expense of the others, with the assumption that cultural and epistemic change will follow. This is not necessarily negative. So, for example, if we look outside the French perimeter, and in one of the SCIROS project podcasts, the director of the General Library of the University of Coimbra described that after digitalizing the collection, they then realized that they could finally see the library as a library. And what we have here is a technical infrastructure in enabling a new way of thinking. And that is a good case scenario of the technical to cultural move, mostly because there is place for reflexivity once the technical part is fulfilled. So, does open science policy in France simply produce compliance, or does it enable critical reflection? And if so, where exactly? We have here some important dates that I'm not going to go through because for the sake of the tight timing, but where I wish to focus on is the shift from open access to open science. That what we see here is not just a terminological shift. It's a passage from a grassroots to a rather top-bottom initiative. So if I try to undertake some comparisons, and I'll be happy to discuss with colleagues that are more experts on the matter, compared to the UK or compared to Germany, which has also moved toward mandated open access to Plan S, France has a distinctive anti-private publisher orientation, a centralizing state posture, and a long-standing tradition of public research infrastructure, and a relatively large and fragmented SSH publishing ecosystem where small commercial publishers play a significant role. So not all private publishers are the big bad commercial ones. So this anti-private publisher stance does not seem adapted to SSH, where the trust between researcher and editor is one of the long-standing values structured in scholarly communication. When openness is explained through technical documents, checklists or guidelines as a solution brought to those who practice it, but doesn't emerge from them, it tends to neglect observation of the existing landscape. So it does not adjust or does not fully adjust to the editorial realities. So played out that way, the cultural change margin is narrow. Why I'm bringing the term cultural change in the table is because we often stumble upon it. For example, the 2025 Open Science Framework of the University of Milan names cultural change as one of its explicit pillars. But invoking cultural change here locates the obstacle to open science in attitudes. Researchers who are not yet open enough, or editors who have not yet modernized enough their workflows, rather in structural conditions and means of cooperation. And in my consideration, that goes hand in hand. So one of the core critiques that emerged from my scoping review is that the open science policies are hardly adapted to the French SSH, argument converging to what Nockelman observed in the German humanities in 2019. So open science policy was designed historically and structurally around STEM disciplines. So I'll structure this idea around 4 pillars. First point, that open science policy started with journals and is not, at least for now, adequately addressed books and monographs. The 2023 report of the Médiateur du Livre flagged this explicitly. Books may even matter more for some SSH disciplines, as for example history, where the monograph is the primary prestige format. Point 2, research data. The assumption that data can be deposited, shared, and reused is borrowed directly from life sciences. In ethnography, for example, what counts as data is deeply contested. A field notebook is both data and publication. Qualitative interviews involve more ethical and relational dimensions, and that make deposit problematic. This is not a minor implementation challenge. This is an epistemological mismatch. Point 3. Research assessment not only endangers not dominant languages, but transforms publication practices. A decline in book chapters and monographs is observed in favor of journal articles as a direct effect of shifting policies. And point 4, open science compliance, writing data, management plans, negotiating licenses is real work that falls disproportionately on early career researchers. So, to conclude, 2 remarks and a thought. First, SSH communities do critique open science policy. They use opinion pieces, conference interventions, collective manifestos, reports, editorials. This polymorphism means that understanding SSH responses is much wider than what standard bibliometric researches can capture. Second, SSH needs its own discourse. The dispersed disciplinary critiques need to be brought under the same umbrella of a coherent SSH voice capable of influencing policies. Third, Open access to publications and data is a step, but it's not good enough. Democratization requires access to education, recognition of epistemic diversity, attention to the geopolitics of where infrastructure is hosted and whose knowledge circulates. The question is whether it will be captured by compliance and monitoring logics, or whether SSH communities can help redirect it towards its emancipatory promise. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much also for being in time. And by the way, she was mentioning the policy at the University of Milan, and Paola came into the room 1 minute after. So if you want to talk later, because yeah. And she was mentioning this cultural change, which is really needed, which is not, it's a cultural change in the way of doing research. Right? And I particularly like the third point, so because this is what also we discussed in Munich at this conference with Sabina Leonelli, which I mentioned before. It's not only access to publications. It's a wider, knowledge ecosystem, the access to knowledge, the access to education, as Joanna said. So any question for our first speaker? I think I have the mic, so I have to... It's too early for questions? Do you prefer to hear all the four and then we can have the questions after? Perfect. So second, I think is, let me check. I didn't get it. Aziz. So Aziz told me yesterday that he was traveling. So yeah, so there is no so much editing for the slides, but bear with us, okay? I think the important thing is what you are going to tell us. Yes. You are an independent researcher from Pakistan, and the title of your, I'm looking forward to it, Open Science and Epistemic Inequality, Muslim Knowledge Production After 9/11 in European research infrastructure. So the floor is to you, and as you see, I have the sign. 1 minute left.
Okay, thank you very much.
So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. It's nice to be here. Without much ado, my title is Open Science and Epistemic Inequality, Muslim Knowledge Production in European Research Infrastructures After 9/11. So what is the background of my thought on this is open science is increasingly presented as a democratic and inclusive model of knowledge production. European institutions argue that openness improves accessibility, collaboration, and transparency. However, questions remain regarding whether openness alone can address deeper epistemic inequalities. Muslim scholarship in Europe after 9/11 has developed with an environment shaped by securitization, representation debates, and institutional sensitivities. The issue is not only who can publish, but who becomes visible, cited, and institutionally recognized. So this is not now the central argument. Open science may expand technical access, but it does not automatically dismantle structural hierarchies within research systems. Structural factors still matter. For example, citation hierarchies, indexing systems, English language dominance, funding priorities, peer review cultures, and institutional legitimacy. Now, the Muslim knowledge production after 9/11. Muslim scholarship increasingly became linked with security and political discourses. Research agendas were influenced by policy concerns and institutional sensitivities. Muslim intellectual voices often remained underrepresented within mainstream European academic networks. Now, the important point to note is, even under open access systems, visibility is still filtered through institutional structures, and I will elaborate on this point more. One important question is whether open science actually increases Muslim intellectual visibility or whether it only increases access to already dominant academic voices. Access to knowledge is important, but access to visibility is equally important. After 9/11, a large portion of academic work concerning Muslims became connected with terrorism, extremism, integration, and securitization studies. Open science potentially creates opportunity for broader Muslim intellectual contributions beyond these narrow frameworks. Open science can either democratize Muslim scholarship or simply digitize old stereotypes. This is an important thing to note. A significant amount of Muslim scholarship, this is another very important thing, that a significant amount of Muslim scholarship exists in Arabic, Urdu, Persian, and Turkish languages. However, global academic recognition still heavily depends on English language publication systems and Western indexing infrastructures, and same goes for the open access publishing as well. So the knowledge may be open digitally, but is still closed linguistically. So this is very important barrier in front of the Muslim scholarship. Many post-colonial scholars argue that open science should not only open access to research, but also challenge historical monopolies over what counts as legitimate knowledge. The debate is not simply about opening journals, it is about opening intellectual legitimacy. Muslims are often highly visible as subjects of research in Europe, but less visible as recognized producers of theory, methodology, and authoritative academic frameworks. Muslims are frequently researched, but less frequently recognized as equal knowledge producers. Even open access systems can reproduce inequality because citation networks, funding systems, and institutional prestige still shape whose work becomes influential. Openness without epistemic equality can still reproduce intellectual exclusion. Open science relies heavily on digital infrastructures, for example, repositories, indexing systems, databases, and evaluation metrics. These systems appear technical and neutral, but they also shape academic authority by who controls it. Infrastructure is never just technical, it also distributes intellectual power. The concept of bibliodiversity is especially important for Muslim scholarship because Islamic intellectual traditions are multilingual, geographically diverse, and historically decentralized. Without bibliodiversity, open science risks becoming openness inside a single dominant intellectual framework. Muslim scholars may formally participate in European academic systems, yet institutional recognition, funding access, and citation visibility often remain uneven. Inclusion is not only about participation, it is also about recognition. If open science genuinely seeks inclusivity, then it must not only open access to knowledge, but also examine the historical structures through which some knowledges become central while others remain peripheral. This sounds balanced, scholarly, and intellectually mature for European social sciences audiences. So, the theoretical framework of my presentation is the post-colonial knowledge theory. Knowledge systems are not neutral, it says, and historical power relations shape intellectual legitimacy. And the sociology of knowledge theory, that says academic recognition depends on institutional structures. And then epistemic injustice theory, on which Miranda Fricker has written a wonderful book. It says that certain groups face structural disadvantages in being recognized as credible knowers. Now, the critiques in this context of the open sciences, some scholars argue that open science can reproduce existing inequalities, benefits already dominant institutions, continues language and citation asymmetries, and does not automatically ensure epistemic justice. Now, the important observation during my research is that the digital openness does not it is not equal to structural equality. The core research question is, does open science reduce epistemic inequality in Muslim scholarship after 9/11, or does it recognize as existing inequalities through new infrastructures? And the sub-questions are, who becomes visible in scholarly systems? Which voices are institutionally legitimized? Can bibliodiversity exist without structural reforms? The conclusion is, open science is an important and potentially transformative project. However, openness alone cannot guarantee epistemic equality. Structural hierarchies continue through infrastructures, evaluation systems, and institutional cultures. Genuine inclusivity requires deeper reforms in scholarly visibility, recognition, and governance. So the final thought is, without structural reform, openness risks recognizing inequality rather than removing it. Thank you very much indeed. I hope I was on time.
Thank you very much, Aziz. I would say there was no, editing, but the content was so strong. So no matter about the layout. Yes, yeah, the layout, I think it's our last, No, but it's really, I think you touched upon really what is at the core of open science, if we want a real open science and not just reorganizing inequality. So yeah, thank you so much for this presentation. Susanna. Thank you. And rightly so, because now it's your turn. So please open your, So Susanna will talk about multilingualism and artificial intelligence, a common challenge. So yeah, we are looking forward to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, yes, I think you can hear me. Indeed, as the title of the presentation indirectly suggests, the idea is to present this concept of multilingual digital commons for scholarly communication and the challenges and opportunities introduced by the rise of generative artificial intelligence. But first of all, a brief overview of how multilingualism in scholarly communication, we already got some hints by the previous presentation, and indeed scholarly communication has been largely dominated by English over the past century, even if we are seeing like some sort of diversification in the past 30 years, but always in favor of some languages maybe, English still accounts for more than 75% of scholarly publications. In this context, one of the solutions that is seen by many people is the development of artificial intelligence as a tool to make multilingual scholarly communication discoverable, accessible. However, mainstream tools have highlighted several issues so far. First of all, their opaque functioning, lack of transparency, which is always referred to as the black box effect. Also in terms of the data, the usage data that are collected when we use this kind of tools, and in general, these tools belong to tech giants who extract, let's say, our knowledge to train their own models. Unless you pay fees, in general, when you pay fees and get a premium account, you are hopefully protected by this massive usage data collection, but these fees can be more or less high, so it's not for free, doesn't come for free. And besides these aspects, the very central question is also that in general these mainstream tools do not comply with scientific terminology and specific specialized discourse features because they are trained on generic textual corpora. So if they didn't see the specialized terminology, they cannot reproduce, in the training phase, they cannot reproduce it when producing multilingual content. So in 2023, as part of the French funded project called Translations and Open Science, we started to realize that if we wanted to develop our own tools and propose our own services, we really need to, first of all, develop and build our own language resources. And by language resources, I mean textual, multilingual textual corpora and terminology indeed to be used to develop and train these tools. And this way we started to think about this community-led operating model that would allow us to function on the base of what we call here in this slide as shared interests, which you could also be referred to as reciprocity, which is maybe something that you've heard about talking about AI, which means basically that every contributors with their own different profiles, different skills, and different capacity contribute to this positive cycle that in the end benefits all the contributors. This concept is directly linked to the one of digital commons. And if we see the Wikipedia definition, is about shared digital resources such as software, knowledge, data, and cultural content that are collectively produced and governed by a community and intended for public use. So it was 2024 where we started to work around this definition to develop this concept of multilingual digital commons for scholarly communication as part of at a binational level, as part of French Quebec strategy on discoverability of French language scientific content, and especially with the dedicated chair in Quebec. So I stressed the fact that it was 2024 because it was exactly where around between 2023 and 2024, the explosion, let's say the rise of artificial intelligence, which introduced a challenging context to say the less. Indeed, the development of large language models created this tension between open access to knowledge and commercial demands by the AI developers. We discussed this thoroughly yesterday, so I'm not going into detail. And also created this very dichotomy, let's say, polarized context in which we can identify two main discourses about AI, meaning that Lippincott, Collister, and Skinner define as the utopian versus the extractive. Indeed, some people might say that AI, as it was for the internet, can provide like social and positive change because it gives access to a lot of resources, a lot of information, again, for accessibility. And for others, on the other hand, AI, as it is today highly unregulated, can only become like an instrument of power in the end of a bunch of players who indeed capture all the knowledge and use it for their own purposes, also including preventing common users to access to this knowledge. Indeed, if we only focus on this extractivist position, we are already seeing some of the effects due to the large automatic scraping activities led by the bot. The open infrastructures are collapsing, are seeing their costs rising. Users sometimes cannot access to the content because, again, they are assaulted by these bots, which is leading, as we saw yesterday, to like increasingly closed and fragmented knowledge, because there is this tendency to say, okay, I'll close my knowledge. This creates a sense of exploitation, of course, and invisibilization among content producers and curators. If we think about scholarly communication, this can be researchers, publishers, dissemination platforms, but we also don't have to forget about the click workers that are behind the development of the annotators that are behind the development of these tools. And of course, this creates a power imbalance in favor of organization with greater resources. Indeed, big AI players can close deals, very interesting deals, let's say, with big publisher players, which leaves behind, again, we want to be inclusive, leaves behind the smaller players. And also, when there are these deals, the content of these publishers are always put forward in the answers we get from LLMs. And of course, this creates a very imbalanced, let's say, reciprocity, which is actually a lack of reciprocity, in which monetization on this content is perfectly unilateral, only on the side of AI developers. So if we go back to the utopian perspective and to the definition of digital commons, we can focus on this part of the definition, which means that these resources are collectively produced and governed by a community, which means that, in an utopian way, maybe, community can try to set their own rules. And what I was trying to suggest here today, it's this idea of common governance infrastructure for multilingual digital commons of scholarly communication, in which we, first of all, as we saw in the first slide, we share resources, their production, their curation, and their management, but also we can establish fair reciprocity models between AI developers, content producers, and curators. So yesterday there was a question about the value of this knowledge that we produce. This could be the right place to discuss it with all the players around the table. It's not all about licenses. We concentrated our discussion a lot on licenses, TDM exceptions, to like find ways to use this knowledge. No, now maybe this is the moment to really have a conversation about what is the value and how every player that benefits from this value can contribute to maintaining this value. And always maybe in the utopian world, AI, also commercial AI developers have an interest in being part of this conversation, because if they lose access to quality knowledge, which is what we produce at the in the scholarly communication, this might have an impact on their models. And also in this way we can ensure equitable representations in the models that we develop, including from a linguistic perspective, and we can also promote a trustworthy AI that complies with the principle of open science, basically functioning with proper attributions when some data is used to provide answers, citation information, clear indication of how AI output could be used, so that these models can become really truly representative and inclusive. To go back to conclude, responsible AI, put responsible, but it's into brackets, but it's really main part of the information, has the potential to support multilingualism in scholarly communication, provided that we move beyond this consumer attitude that we have, in which indeed we become the product and our creative knowledge are extracted, let's say, from our community, and we adopt a proactive community-led approach, which is not easy, because indeed we need resources to do that. We need to find a balance between different entities, countries, which have different laws, different agenda, different requirements. But I really believe that this is the only way for this potential to be truly unlocked.
Thank you so
very much.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, thank you also for being time. I've never had 4 speakers so, precise and, yeah, I think, again, here we have a lot of food for thoughts, because maybe it's the same message that Aziz was telling us. So who is sitting at the table? That's the real issue. So maybe to get this balance, we need to sit at the right table, but we are all excluded, basically, mostly in the AI context. Yeah. So our last speaker is Susanna.
No, Alessia.
No, Alessia. I've known Alessia for 20 years.
No.
And now I call her Susanna, okay? That tells a lot. Tells a lot how tired and old I'm getting, okay? So Alessia will present, but I think you already saw all these beautiful posters she put in the half floor. So Alessia will lead us towards a timeline of open science. I think you don't have...
I don't have slides, no.
Yeah, she doesn't have a presentation, but she will lead us toward, through an open science timeline, a participatory exercise, and I think it's also an invitation for later.
Exactly.
Is
so
it
I'm
right?
basically here to speak 10 minutes to invite you. So it's kind of 10 minutes of advertising to go to play with the timeline, and while explaining how we did it, also trying to say why we advertise it here in this session. So what we did first, it's an exercise, a participatory exercise on the history of open science. And we built it together with a former colleague, Kelly Achenbach, that worked as a communication officer in different OPERAS projects for some years. So what it is, it's 8 posters representing a timeline of events related to open science, covering 76 years of history, and the events have been collected through a public call made last autumn and sent to the OPERAS community and other people interested in open science through mailing lists, social media accounts. So let's call it a community-curated timeline built thanks to digital tools and then rendered into a physical poster that you, alone or in groups, can contribute to complete and improve by annotating them, adding post-it, and so on. And they are in the mezzanine of the main stairs in the entry of the palace. And this community-curated timeline of open science serves to visually and collectively narrate the evolution of open science from the 50s and the last centuries and 2025. So why we did it? We were actually walking through an immersive walk-through timeline at the Amsterdam Straat, that is a museum of street art and graffiti. And this timeline showcased the evolution of the contemporary graffiti practice from the underground to the museums. So that was the context where the idea came out. And that made us think that a visual timeline of that kind was missing to facilitate our own navigation within the open science realm. And it sparked also an analogy, because maybe open science, much like street art, is not a single unified doctrine, but kind of a constellation of movements that are shaped by diverse actors, researchers, universities, funders, policymakers, technologists, publishers, libraries, no-profit organizations, and citizen science as well. But it's not only about visualization. So, well, I'm talking about graffiti, and you can go and write on the poster, but please don't write on the walls of the palace because we are not allowed to, right? And but there are maybe other points of analogies. I made one, but maybe you can think to other ones during the day. And maybe the fact that open science practices may have been somehow out of the box at one time, maybe not at their own always into our institutions since the beginning. Some of them have an original activist soul, right? Some of them. And some of them then wanted to have their place in institution for being recognized, visible, and then supported. So there are kind of nice analogies we can do with this work. And the final outcome in the end is pretty different from the big printed set at the time when we saw a strat, but also because we definitely wanted to have it a participatory exercise. There are timelines for the open access movement, several timelines, and you have the QR codes in the poster, so you can actually take a look at them. But we found that there wasn't a timeline that was inclusive of all the open science aspects. For example, about open infrastructures, or mentioning participatory research, or open education. So one thing that was interesting to note is that the entries we have been suggested to add for the first years that are covered by the timeline, the early 50s then, are about opening university spaces to people that were unallowed before. So open science starts very far in time for a lot of us. And the other specificity of this open access timeline is their focus on a specific geographical area, while the information we received for this timeline span over a more geographical diversity. So with this exercise, we would like to acknowledge the need for a space to share knowledge about the multiplicity of open science origins and trajectories, and also to give visibility to the diverse open science stakeholders' contribution, whatever their scale and occasion. And this is why also the timeline is designed as this participatory exercise, because you can add your own remembering of the action that has been done in your countries, in your institution, in the timeline. I go a bit faster because if you want to ask a question also to the colleagues. And I just keep the method, but I will be around the poster if you have some specific question on how many contributions we received, how we handled them, and so on. What this has to do with power, plurality, and inclusive knowledge, that is the title of the session. As I said, it's an invitation to build a shared vision, visualization also of open science history. And this space want to facilitate the surfacing of plural histories, reveal stakeholders' dynamics, because you can also make links between the events that are in the timeline. You can draw rows. And so we would like to foster collective ownership of this history also, and the understanding of open science and scholarly communication ecosystem. So if we believe that there is this need for a space to share knowledge, so we can do it together, and this is a nice place because every node of our community have its own voice to add to this visualization. So it is for the community, it is for us. We can write in the history of the challenges some of us faced, the solution that we found, and the innovation and political achievements also that our country brought to the history of open science. So it's a way to remind us that reflecting together not only but into the open science history give us the possibility to showcase the diversity of people, diversity of organization, and the places that are involved in this history. So it takes a village and far beyond, to build a sustainable and fair open science ecosystem. And I hope I will see several of you contributing to the timeline after writing and sketching and drawing arrows and links.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, yesterday when I saw the posters in the mezzanine, I told Alessia, wow, I didn't expect such a richness, okay? So it's really important for you to visit the poster, and you would see sticky dots that you can put if you want to, maybe because they tagged, you don't mention it, but they tagged all the resources by policy, education, or whatever. So they have categories, but if you don't agree with the categories, with a sticky dot, you can add, or you can make links, as Alessia was suggesting. So now you are fully awake to make questions and ask anything you want. No, I particularly like in the timeline the idea of diversity, because and it was also in what Joanna said. She showed a short timeline, but showing, for instance, the shift from open access to open science, which is not quite, let's say, common for our senior researchers, because when you say open science, they hear open access, okay? And so there is also this idea of cultural change, because open science is not open access, and we saw all the implication and all the richness of the word and the concept more than the word. I'm stop. Questions. Pierre.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to all of you for your really great presentations. I enjoyed them a lot. I have a definition question about the notion of Muslim knowledge, if I may, because maybe I missed it. Your definition of what do you define by Muslim knowledge? Because I see two options. Either it's knowledge produced from within the Muslim religion, such as theology, for example, or is it knowledge coming from predominantly Muslim countries? And I guess it's the second option, but I'm not sure. And if it's the second option, then the question is, this is a wide variety of types of countries that may not be in the same situation towards epistemic or structural injustice or inequality. So how do you address that?
The answer to the first part of the question is I was referring to the second. The knowledge which is being produced in the Muslim countries, but as well as by the Muslims living in the West. So it covers both the things, So it is not about the theology, Muslim theology. It is something separate. It also demands open access for everyone to study. but we were talking about the knowledge produced by Muslims. So whether they are living in Muslim countries, whether they are living in the West, particularly Europe. So now this is the part of the definition answer to your question. Now, what is the impediment? The Muslim scholars who are living in their particular countries, they are having the linguistic barrier, as my colleague was also mentioning. And there are three predominant languages in which Muslim scholarship is produced. Number one is Arabic, number two is Persian, and number three is Urdu. So these are the predominant Muslim languages in which Muslim scholars produce their work. And all these three languages are written in different writing style than English, than the Western language. So when we talk about open access or open knowledge or open science, so the reproduction of that particular script is also a major impediment, is also a major challenge. Because the writing systems are developed in such a way that they can integrate, that they can represent the knowledge similar to English well, rather than the other languages. So this is the first impediment. Now, you rightly said there are a number of countries, there are a number of languages in which this scholarship is produced. But when, this is one aspect, when the Muslim scholars try to integrate into the mainstream knowledge system, they always tend to write in English. They always try hard to write in English. So the language barrier is crossed in a way. So now we are narrowed our problem down. Then the problem comes in, which I refer to. Number one, there is some stigmatization. You know, the Muslim has written something. I don't know what their ideas are, what he or she is writing about. Is he or she a jihadist writer? Is he or she promoting terrorism in a subtle way or in an open way? So these are the things. And then there is some securitization, you know, whether this writing could be, repugnant to the Western norms and educational or knowledge cultures. And then comes the access problem, you know. The Muslims do not have access to so many platforms along with other communities who are underrepresented because of the lack of resources. I mean, so many scholars are left out from mainstream knowledge channels because of the lack of resources. So this is the third impact. So I have narrowed down the answer to your question that language barriers are a different thing. But when Muslim scholars try to come into the mainstream, they tend to write in English. Even then, they face some difficulties which the others, especially the Western scholars, do not face. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a hand raised here. I think it was you, right? And then there was one there. You were first.
We have a Canadian fight.
You just asked two Canadians to be. Merci beaucoup pour la présentation on the practices or the open science policies in France and its impact on HSS. I was just wondering, I'm terrible at asking questions, but if you had heard of the project materializing open science practice, open research practices in the humanities and social sciences by Sam Moore out of Cambridge. And just if you could sort of comment maybe on, in your context, how your colleagues, how you are engaging with sort of articulating how practices in HSS research are in fact already open, even if they're in contradiction with the policies that are coming down, sort of top down. So how the grassroots actual practices in HSS are inherently open in a certain way. If you have any comment on that.
Thank you for your question. Actually, as a PhD student, I'm observing those practices. I'm actually conducting a research interviews and observation of how researchers and not only research communities engage with platforms such as Open Edition. So I'm trying to collect all those different nuances that cannot be captured on a leveled platform. So I'm taking interviews with other researchers or the grand public, if we might say, and they are explaining to me what exactly do they do with those open access platforms. So at my level, that's what I'm doing. Thank you.
May I just, for the sake of logistic?
Thank you. My question is for Susanna. Maybe my question comes from the fact that I'm quite pessimistic about AI, and I would be really curious to know if you have any, I don't know, idea or even piece of idea of how to enforce somehow, make it real, this possibility of reciprocity or shifting the power dynamics between those tech giants and their extractivist practices and our research communities and
Yes, indeed. The title of the presentation is Challenges, Not Solutions. As I said before.
Also because if not, Susanna would be a billionaire at the moment.
It's not the case. No, maybe I was briefly mentioning it in the presentation. I don't think they have an interest in all the knowledge we produce to become closed or fully closed or fragmentally closed, because again, they really need qualitative data for their tools to be performing. So that is one kind of solution that we could experiment. Of course, for me, we can only experiment it if we are all together. The more we are, the more power we have. And I don't have any, we're not there yet with the project. But yes, I guess that this is really trying to find, this is why I started with this idea of common interest, shared interest, and reciprocity, because again, every one of us, different players with different profiles, we have a common interest in making this work. So it's not easy, but maybe this is the starting point that I brought here today. So find the common interest and find a fair mechanism, reciprocity mechanisms that could help us to achieve this. But again, this is the utopian. There was the extractivist also.
But we are all utopian here. So we have 2 minutes left. Last question.
Hi. Yeah. Actually, I had a similar question to Susanna. I can only add to that is, I mean, I wonder whether you're looking at, for example, what journalists, what news organizations are doing, because they are facing a similar, like they are similar in the similar situation, and they have this kind of ideas like the, you know, like the AI dividend, like a tax on that would flow back to the news organizations. So like, do you follow this kind of exampple that are external to science? And to this, I was wondering whether, like, I suppose that there is a community of Muslim scholars who also tries to address this epistemic injustice, not only through, well, presenting like conferences like this, but through kind of, you know, self-organization. I was wondering whether SCIROS is a model for you, because when you think about it, Latin America, you know, as a continent, like all the books about uneven development are about Latin America. Yet Latin America was able to produce its open access ecosystem, which with time grew so much that now it is indexed in all the, you know, databases, and it's really visible. If you were looking at your chart, Susanna, like the Portuguese, you know, part is there just because of SCIROS. So my question to you is whether similar initiative exists in the Muslim scholarship world.
Please be quick, because we have 1 minute left.
Yeah, I just can tell you, yes, that we are following this kind of deals. But again, as I said before, it's mainly big publishers that close deals with big AI producers. And we are also maybe, yesterday I was talking to Severine about the LF, trying to be in contact with associations that already exist for the time being with French speaking, let's say, producers, because it's a French funded project. But yes, indeed, we are getting inspiration from other fields.
As far as the integration of the Muslim scholarship in which you were referring, there is lacking, but there is lacking on behalf of the Muslims themselves. They, as you have mentioned, the Latin America, they are not in one geographic entity, and they are not working in 1 or 2 languages. There are 57, 58 countries where people are working in hundreds of languages. There are 3 main languages, but still, they could have done, especially the Arab countries, the Gulf countries are so rich, so they could have developed, some integration system. But unfortunately, you might know that they do not study social sciences. They do not teach social sciences, especially. So they have failed in this context to try to even to try to integrate to the open access or to the open knowledge system. So this is the answer to your question. Yes, they have failed, and not because of the West, primarily because of themselves. Yes.
Thank you so much. I would say it was a wonderful panel. Do you agree? So please, a big applause to our speakers. Yeah. You can tell the success and the richness of your talk from the, applause you got. And please don't forget to go and participate to the Open Science Timeline by Alessia and not Susanna. Thank you so much. Bye.
just need to push it almost harder. Thank you, everyone. Perhaps some colleagues will join us still, but it would be good to begin the session because we are always limited with the time. So this is a session about infrastructure in making, just to let you know, so that if you are not in the right room, you can still go around. And then I'm just going to start. So we have our first presenter is going to be Elisabeth Gerard, and she's going to talk about thinking with digital research infrastructure for open science and humanities. I would just like to remind all the speakers that they have approximately 10 minutes so that we have a bit of a time for the discussion at the end. Please go ahead.
Yes, maybe now it's working.
Sorry.
Is it better now? No, please try to speak.
And the challenge. Oh, sorry. Well, I don't know if you didn't hear at all what I said before. Well, just Luxembourg, no tradition of open science, a culture to share and to involve. Donc, here we are. Donc, the challenge came from two directions. On the technical and legal side, data quality is uneven, legal requirements are strict, preservation is complex, and there is no single solution that fit everything. On top of that, there is a real pressure to not miss the AI wave, to innovate, to experiment. On the human side, the hardest challenge is cultural, getting researchers to document, to share, to use common tools. That takes time. Is this the tension at the heart of open science? We are asked to be transparent and open, but also secure, sovereign, and GDPR compliant. These goals do not always point in the same direction. Here I try to map a bit digital research infrastructure. Well, I try to separate this in 4 blocks. Well, that you can see, for example, at the university level, we have an asset management system that it allows the archiving of the media file. Orbilu, this Luxembourgish Zenodo, GitLab, an instance of the GitLab of the university. What you see, 8 repositories on this GitLab. But if I go on the external platform, you will see that GitHub We have 83 repository on GitHub. We use part of Confluence for our documentation, a cloud solution. Donc, bon, it's the first step on the project on open science. Donc, you see already also the tension to put everything on. Oops, what this tooltip doesn't work? Sorry. OpenAI, Claude, Hugging Face, new things that researchers have dedicated account. We pay for API account in order for the different scats that we use. You use AWS. Now we begin also to enter with Grid 5000. Donc you see, sorry. You see a bit here tension between AWS, a cloud infrastructure, and another one, an infrastructure that is really dedicated for the research. At the C2D level, we use some tools like Transcribus. We have one account. NodeGoat, we own our own instance. We are a sort also of key user of NodeGoat, developer, really, as we have a lot. We have some project on our portfolio. Sometimes they guide people down direction to Node Center. NodeGoat, it's an open source system, but the output, if you want to go out your data of notebook, it's not quite straightforward. Donc also, the question, you use an open source software, but after with the interoperability with the other software can be difficult. Dataverse, we have our own instance. It's a research data repository, but it's behind the firewall. Donc it means, you know, the turnover that there is on academia. People, they are not really in favor sometimes to deposit the data in a data repo that when they left the institution, they will not be able after to attain. Jupyter Hub, we have some VM with Jupyter Notebook running that it's used to processing. Omeka, we have 2 projects that we run with this digital collection publisher. Nanua, it's a digital library system. We have a digital lab that it's allowed to the authorization of the book and this sort of thing. A bit about thinking about what you do on Homemade. Homemade, we have here 3 projects that related to open publishing, digital monography, Journal of Digital History, Round K2, that's open education resource. Miller, it's our backend, a PL SQL database and Django, where in fact it was really the way where we archive all our digital exhibition. Muse, you will see after, it's a multimedia search engine that is based on Solar and keyword. Semantic engine for multimodal search. It's a solution that we begin to explore by using AWS and RAG to use natural language. And this project that maybe you know already, Impresso Data Lab, that it's a portal of press with now there is new things that they are being added. Donc here is a bit the overview about this ecosystem. When you see on size, but you see that we are quite dependent about external platform. You can be made another division between, you don't put a research infrastructure on the same that a cloud solution. But it was a bit to see what we have. And now I just would like to take an example of use case that it can be involved the different step of the research life cycle. You know, planning. Donc, as I said, planning is in Confluence, where you put all the documentation, where donc external cloud. Collecting, let's say that we go to have some research about theater programs that you go to scan, and you will be able to have all your resources in the Nanua. Donc this C2D. Analysis, you have maybe this 2 tension between using the semantic engine or Muse, a home solution. After publishing, there is not it's not the only place to publish. It was to put archiving in the Dataverse. In fact, what I would like to to show. For example, Muse use keywords, a search powered by Solar. It's a fast, control, fully on-premise. The semantic engine use natural languages, donc making data discovery easier and more intuitive for researchers. But it's run on AWS, outside our OAL. Donc it's not just a question of sovereignty, it's also a question of what kind of search experience you offer to your user. Donc, one thing, there is something that is fast and scalable. Do you have, for example, if you develop more on the Muse, you will have the possibility to maintain and so on. Donc, it was this sort of tension that I would like to put here. In fact, what we do, it's these things about censoring. Most important, for us, it's also to maintain, to inspect, to modify, share our tools. And in fact, this choice of tools is never neutral. What we try also to make, you use a feedback from a user. We try to create also a working group in order to see also what could be the direction to have. In fact, to conclude, open science in a small limited center is not a switch you flip. It's require time, culture, and a willingness to sit in an inconfortable in between. I will cite the paper of Pierre and Dumas Primbaud. Not fully sovereign, not fully open, not fully standardized, but always trying to move in the right direction. Our mission, as we put, is to comply with the spirit of open science, not just in the checkbox. We draw a lot of inspiration from network, like OPERAS, from shared practice across center, university, because the best infrastructure you have built is not the tools, it's a community of people asking the same hard question. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's any direct burning questions, otherwise I would like to put the questions to the end. I would just say, as an observation, is that it's a challenge to educate all the researchers that they do all the documentations, but I think it's also a challenge to maintain all the tools and train them to do all the tools elements. So thank you for this presentation, and perhaps let's move forward to the next one. So our next talk is come from Carolina Manfredi, and she's a data steward and postdoctoral researcher at the University of Milan. She's also maintaining or creating and developed the University Dataverse repository. So it's one of the tools that was mentioned just before from our previous speakers. And I'm not going to be too long, so I'm going to give the floor to Carolina to present what they are doing great things. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of you for being here today. So during our presentation today, we will try to have a look at what we are doing at the University of Milan. Can you hear me? Yes. As regards open infrastructures, which can effectively become boundary objects. So what do, oh no, all my beautiful icons are missing through the entire presentation. I'm so sorry about it, but we will upload the PDF on Zenodo, so you will see my beautiful icons. So what I was trying to say is that what do we intend as boundary object? We intend research infrastructures which can effectively operate across different communities. So we have researchers, publishers, data stewards as me myself, but also support staff, policymakers, and so on, so European and international standards, etc. And effectively, these communities have often different priorities, different needs, different workflows, and even different understandings of open science. Me, myself, in a previous life, I was a researcher in medieval history, so I know it quite a lot. And so infrastructures can become effective because they allow all these different actors to collaborate and cooperate without forcing complete standardization, of course, and maintaining the specificities for each discipline and each different need of the community. And so this perspective, so seeing infrastructures in this way is particularly significant in context like the Italian one, in which open science governance is fragmented and where we don't have coordination at a national level, or at least where coordination is very weak. So we have policies, we have an open science plan, but effectively implementation is left to single institutions, so to institutional commitment and resources. We don't have stable fundings because they are project-based. And of course, we don't have a public shared infrastructure to implement open science. So we are still deeply reliant on proprietary and commercial sources, databases, platforms, and metrics. And in this context, once again, infrastructures become essential because they're not just technical tools, but they compensate for the lack of coordination, and they can actively shape alternative models of scholarly communication. So what we will try to do in the next slides is to look at my university, so the University of Milan, as a case study for seeing how it was which was our institutional response to this national gap. So I've tried to underline a few steps of this path. One of the first steps was in 2008 when the journal platform of the university was founded, and it started publishing 2 humanities journals on the non-proprietary open journal system platform. And in the next years, an open access policy was established. We joined the Open EPC initiative. We also developed a research data management policy and founded the Commission on Open Access, which was significantly renamed Open Science Commission a few years later. So to encompass, we were talking about it in the previous panel, so to encompass the different practices and actions which fall under the umbrella of open science, which is of course not just open access. And then we have the real shift between 2019 and 2020, so when the COVID pandemic broke, and because all these actions were before coordinated by a single office, which expanded its responsibilities and became not just an office, but an entire division, which is it's a quite long name, Performance Quality Assurance Assessment and Open Science Policy Division. But this long name means that it encompasses different responsibilities, and so it is entrusted with different decisions about open science practices, but also research assessments. So putting these two topics together is really pivotal and crucial. And the decision to put them together is also has also allowed our university to take some decisions in the next year, which are the one we will see in the next slides, as for instance the adoption of a database installation as our colleagues, as institutional research data repository, and the establishment of a Diamond Open Access Publishing House. Of course, all these practical actions are also sustained by a formal commitment. So we are part of different networks like OPERA. We endorsed the Messina Declaration more than 20 years ago and the Barcelona Declaration 3 years ago. We are also the coordinator of the Italian national chapter of COARA, the Coalition for Advancing Research Assessment. And so this entire approach, which is made of both commitment and practical actions, was sustained by all of these icons missing, I'm so sorry about it, by the collaboration between the two bodies that I have told you before. So the Open Science Commission, which is composed of one representative per each department, and this means that we can guarantee the effectiveness of open science practices through multidisciplinarity and also through the specificities of the single disciplines. and through the Open Science Policy Division with its different offices. So this is why we were able to have a clear political and organizational stance to decide to use and adopt resources which are built on open source softwares, open data, and community governance tools. So we tried to build this entire ecosystem based on the experience of the university press. Based on the long-standing experience of the journal platform in publishing through the non-proprietary service of OJS. In 2020, we launched the book session, which of course needed to use the open source and non-proprietary complementary software, which is the Open Monograph Press. And so more broadly, the Milano University Press is not conceived as just as a publishing service, but as an infrastructure hub with a publication workflow which is entirely based on non-proprietary tools. And so it attempts to maintain an adherence between the open science principles and the technologies which are used to implement it. And you see persistent identification is ensured, publications are indexed in the directories of open access journals and books, and we use open channels to spread usage statistics and reports. So building on this experience, we tried to implement a synergistic ecosystem which encompasses not only the publishing house but also research outputs. We adopted AIR. These are all links, so once we will upload the presentation, you can dig in a little deeper. We adopted AIR as the institutional repository for publication, where researchers deposit their publication, the record of their publication, and also the full text. This means that they are given visibility, but also there is trained staff for the validation of each record. So not only this is open records, open data, open information, and open metadata, but it is also information on research which is reliable and transparent and validated. And the same case is for Dataverse. So our Dataverse, which is certified with the Core Trust Seal certification, and where data stewards, as me myself, validate contents and support researchers for the best ways in which to deposit and share research data according to the specificities of each discipline. And this ecosystem, of course, spans also through monitoring and reporting tools, because we decided to base the strategic decision making on open data infrastructure, whenever possible, of course, rather than on commercial platforms, which are, of course, we know it, opaque and transparent and non-transparent, and we have to pay for it, of course. So here again, we developed or adopted these systems. So we developed a research collaboration dashboard based on open data from OpenAlex. We adopted OpenRE Monitor. We have an open access platform, which is based on the open data from AIR, so the repository for publication. So it truly is an ecosystem where these different platforms and infrastructure can dialogue together, and they are interconnected and cross-referenced, where again the key point is transparency and reliability, because of course openness without trustworthiness is pretty useless in a way. And so to come to the conclusion, this entire ecosystem needs to be sustained also by strong dissemination strategies. We decided to adopt open channels, that you can see here. And this is an aspect which is often underestimated, but infrastructures only function if the diverse communities know how to use them and understand the value. So we spent a lot of time doing training courses on a wide range of courses and topics that you can see here, from the use of the open infrastructures I was speaking about before, to research evaluation, publishing, and so on. And so the point here is that we tried to build not just an open ecosystem, but also tried to create a cultural framework. So overall, if we look at the system as a whole, what emerged is a layered and interconnected ecosystem where publishing platforms, repositories, identifiers, monitoring tools, dissemination channels, governance structures, training activities all interact with one another, and they function as a boundary object. But, and this is the last slide, it was more powerful with icons. We don't want to, present this model as university scalable or free from contradictions. Of course, this means that institutions can act, that can regain a degree of control over the data and their research information and participate and create international networks of practices. But there is a strong limitation, which is that building and maintaining such open institutional framework is resource intensive. It requires technical expertise, long-term vision and resources, dedicated personnel. And so the risk is inequality, because of course not all institutions are equally positioned to afford this system, this effort, or they don't want to, for instance, to spend their resources like
Carolina, I will to give the floor also to everyone else.
So the way forward is coordinated public infrastructure, because the infrastructure we build, adopt, and pay are not neutral. So this is why we need
to thank you. I think we can discuss this a bit more with the questions. Let's thank Carolina for her presentation. And yeah, I think our next presenters don't have slides, but I think they have really powerful voices as we know them. So I think we will see what good they have for us at hand. So I would like to give the floor to Johan Rorik and Pierre Mourier, and they will talk about implementing open peer review in SSH Diamond journals. So please let us know how we can use your work and so, yeah.
Okay, can you hear me? That powerful voice, so-called. Yes. Or do I need to make it? Yeah, is this better? Okay, yeah, because distance. Yes, Pierre and I would like to start actually from a paper that that was written 2 years ago by Tony Ross-Hellauer and Serge Orbach in 2024 about, and the title of the paper is Open Peer Review, Additional Experiments Required. And that's really something that we really agree with. What is interesting is that the paper is a scoping review of recent evidence on key aspects of open peer review. They identify, as we all do, I think, open peer review as a combination of open identities and open reports. So there's basically 2 aspects to this, right? You can publish a review openly without signing it, or you can sign the report. And so they look at the dimensions of these 2 aspects of open peer review. One of the things they look at as well is it's a scoping review. They look at various studies that have been done over the last 10 years. And they see that in fact open peer review is only practiced by between 1% and 5% of journals, especially in the life sciences. It's about 5%. In SSH, it's probably much less than 1%. But and so that's a situation that we would certainly like to change, because the problem of open peer review, as we see it, is that really it's a minority. It's still a minority sport, right? It's really something that is not practiced very much by researchers, despite very public experiments, which we will also talk about, like supported by the European Commission, like Open Research Europe, right, which you know about, and which we will talk about in a minute. One of the main things they also identify in this paper, at least this was what struck me, is the distinction between the adoption of or the enthusiasm for open identities and open reports. I mean, everybody or everybody, many people are in favor of open reports, open reviews, but not as many people are interested in seeing the identities revealed. And one of the reasons for that has to do with power differentials. One of the things I also noticed, for instance, is that typically older the people who want to sign their reviews are typically male researchers and older researchers, and this is exactly where the problem lies, right? I mean, because those are people who are established, who have nothing to fear from signing their reviews. And I think this is really an issue that is also specifically difficult for the humanities, because humanities, as you all know, we live in a very fragmented world of very small disciplines, and so basically the authors and the reviewers all know each other, right? Even when peer review is anonymous, you know the style of the person. I mean, my favorite example is the formal semantics of Mayan languages. I mean, I'm a linguist, as you know, right? So whenever I get a paper on the formal semantics of Mayan languages, there's 10 people that I can send it to, right? And they all know each other, and they know which sub-language of Mayan they are working on. So, you know, when they see a paper on, say, Chol, you know, they know, oh, that's by this person. And so they are nice to each other, but in many subcultures, people are not necessarily nice to each other. And in fact, the fact that you don't sign your review is a way of managing the conversation. Right? I'm not saying that is good. I'm just saying that is the actual kind of situation we are living in, where you have older professors reviewing younger researchers and vice versa, younger researchers being fearful of reviewing older researchers because they depend on each other for tenure promotion. They have to be able to look at each other in the mirror, you know, at conferences and so on. So these are small. And I think in the life sciences, that problem is less prominent because it's a much bigger group. I mean, there's about, of the 9 million researchers in the world, 6 million are life science reviewers. So you don't have to, it's like living in a big city. You don't have to care about your reviewers because you don't necessarily know them. So I'm not saying that's the problem, but it's really definitely something that we have to take care of in the humanities. And one way I think of doing that, of managing that problem, is that's shining in my eyes. One of the ways of managing that issue, I think, is by doing experiments, right? By doing experiments. As you also know, thank you. As you also know, yeah, okay, that's better, yeah. As you also know, Open Peer Review is part of the Diamond Open Access Standard. And the Diamond Open Access Standard says explicitly that we have to move progressively towards open peer review. And the question really is how we do that. And I see various issues with that. First of all, we have to do experiments. Secondly, there's operational issues, but those can be solved. And then third, there are assessment problems. So DOAS, I think, is a good idea, but now we have to, open peer review is a good idea, but now we have to operationalize it. And how do we do that in the humanities? Well, I think one of the ways of doing it is to look at existing experiments. There's a journal, again, a journal in linguistics, because I know it, that is experimenting with it, and it basically offers the possibility to reviewers to publish their reviews, and just says, look, you do what you want. You know, you can review for us completely anonymously and not see your review published. You can publish it. And in addition to publishing it, you can sign it. But you have to know what you do. It's your choice. And I think that is a good way of doing things. I think it's a way of acquainting people with open peer review, with allowing them to see what the advantages are, of seeing the complete discussion, not just the paper. So that's one way of doing it, I think. Not saying that's the way of doing it. Pierre has another example. I'll give him the floor for this. And
thank you very much. So thank you, Johan, to invite me to contribute to this conversation with a small report about an experimentation that we did some years ago at Open Edition on a specific journal. So the name of it is the name of this journal is Vertigo. It's quite an interesting journal to experiment on, because this is a journal dedicated to environmental issues, which is really interdisciplinary. So you have people, researchers from social sciences, but also from non-SSH disciplines, and mostly from applied sciences such as agronomy, agriculture, forestry, and things like that. So it was really an interesting journal to experiment on. Vertigo is a Canadian journal, open access journal that we have for that we disseminate on our platform for many years. So we did an experiment during 6 months, and it was not a quantitative experiment, it was really a qualitative one. So we hired a sociologist to be at the same time an actor of this experimentation and at the same time an observer of the experimentation. So it's really participatory observation. And he did that during 6 months on 10 articles. Some of them were really open peer review, so subjected to open peer review, and some of them were more subjected to open commentary, which is a bit different. Of course, for the sake of time, I will not share with you the whole thing. There is a 50 pages report that you can read, but I will share with you only the 4 lessons learned from this experimentation, just to feed the conversation. The first lesson learned from this experimentation is that on top of accountability, transparency, and openness, the main other added value of practicing open peer review is that it helps the peer review practice move from gatekeeping and pure gatekeeping towards scientific conversation, because it's a conversational practice, and it's even more a conversational practice when you do it openly. So if you want to move the peer review practice from really yes or no, this article should be published and that's it, towards something more conversational that helps the authors improve the manuscript to be published through a scientific conversation with the reviewers, then open peer review is a good way to do that. The second lesson learned from this experimentation is that open peer review should take place with, or let's say, the framework the framework where open peer review takes place should be carefully designed and carefully chosen, because the place where the open peer review takes place and where this open conversation takes place is very important. Should it be exactly on the same website as where the final version of the article is published and disseminated? That's a question. And also the usability of the interface to support this conversation, this open conversation, is extremely important. So what we did, for example, at Open Edition, you know that at Open Edition we have several platforms. So we have one traditional platforms, for example, to publish and disseminate open access journals. So that's Open Edition journals, but we have also a blogging platform, hypothese.org. And so we used Hypothese platform as a place where we could foster this open conversation, because a lot of our journals, they have also their blog on the Hypothese platform, and then we use this separate place where this open conversation could take place, and then people are more comfortable, let's say, to experiment on this other place that is connected with the first place, of course, to experiment open peer review. The third lesson learned is that it needs a strong human support. So most people, they are wrong about open peer review, thinking that it just requires to open the thing. You know, you click a button and it's open and that's it. It doesn't happen this way. You need to have an editor who is really supporting people and managing the conversation to support the authors and the reviewers to collaborate in this open peer review process. And the last lesson learned is that, of course, all the information produced and generated by open peer review should be integrated into the metadata of the article, of the final version, for the reader to be able to trace back all the interactions through PIDs and through relation and link between the article and all the materials that has been produced and information that has been produced in this interaction. And that's it.
Can I? Yes, I'd like to wrap up with two elements. There's two things that I still want to say. Another experiment, of course, is going to be the new ORE that is going to be launched in October, where 11 countries and corresponding funders now have agreed to continue ORE in the next phase for 5 years. OPERAS is involved in that, so we have been tasked with the task of curating the interaction with Diamond Open Access journals. So this is going to be very interesting as an experiment for us to see how we can involve Diamond Open Access journals. That will not mean the Diamond Open Access journals will live on the platform, but we will find a way of making them interact, probably as a curation layer. So that's one thing that I would still like to say. The last thing I would like to say is about assessment. I think we really should think about how to incentivize open peer review, and the incentive there should really be, I think, that only open peer reviews can be evaluated, so they should have a DOI at least, and if they're signed, you can put them on your ORCID as well. And people should be evaluated on that, and this is one of my pet peeves, people should be evaluated on that in their university. So we should have a 2-to-1 ratio. We all know that for every paper you submit, you are requesting, as an author, 2 reviews from the community. So you have to give 2 reviews back to that community to keep the system in balance. So my proposal would be for annual assessment of researchers. They are assessed on a 2-to-1 basis of reviews to submissions. I know that's not going to be popular, but I'm not here to make myself popular. I'm here to make the system work. But I do think that's necessary. I mean, that's the only metric you need actually to see whether someone is a responsible researcher. And I'll stop here, promise.
Yes, thank you very much. I think there are a lot of thoughts for thoughts, so thanks for you as well. Let me quickly go to the last presenter, and Maxime, I hope you'll give us also some time for the discussion. Apologies for that. So Maxime Kupreyev is a Service and Platform Technical Manager at OPERAS, and he's going to talk a bit more about the technical parts to transparency. So let's see what OPERAS has to say on this level, please.
Turn on the mic. Okay, so I have 10 slides, so basically 1 minute per slide. So let's register the time. It's 59. Okay, let's start. Yes, check. So I'm going for my phone. Okay, so what I'm going to be talking about is the OPERAS Data Management Working Group. This is, I have to click. Yes, it's a new entity created in OPERAS. It's a cross-team entity established to coordinate, standardize, and optimize data-related activities within OPERAS research infrastructure. It kind of acts in place of a missing data management office within OPERAS, and we see it as a first step towards a central authority for data governance, and we aim to ensure that all data assets meet legal quantity and strategic standards. So, and the current members, as you see, it's quite diverse. We have Yannick Legret, who is our Secretary General. We have Sai Holzinger, the CTO of OPERAS. There's Baptiste Grenier, who is a Federated Infrastructure Manager, Arnaud Gingold, Fair Data Officer, and me. And yeah, so the scope of this working group kind of crosses 3 interconnected domains. As we envision it, that's the personal data and most of all the GDPR compliance. So it focuses on governance, protection, and legal compliance of all personal data processed by OPERAS, and that's applies to internally generated data, for example, data processed within HR activities, but also the data, personal data generated by OPERAS services. Then there is a service data, and this service data covers non-personal data. So there's a strategic management, quality assurance, utilization of non-personal data produced by OPERAS. And the third domain is basically we're trying to keep an eye and monitor the data trends and opportunities. So we monitor, analyze broader data ecosystem developments, to inform strategic positioning of OPERAS. Then you'll hear a bit more a bit later about this. So the first, personal data. What is the most important recent step? We created a template for so-called record of processing activities. So we will be using this template to record all processing activities taking place within OPERAS departments. And each record is based, it defines the data controller, data processor, and data subject. It categorizes the data subjects and process data. It outlines the rights of the data subjects. Then the legal basis of processing, it outlines the data recipients, data retention period, so everything you have to kind of write down about the personal data. So based on this information, we will update the privacy notices of all services, and then we plan also to sign data processing agreements with third-party processors. And then our SLAs and also OLAs will be updated with the above. And now proceeding to the second domain, that's the service data, and OPERAS has two, as you might know, OPERAS has two types of services. We have the internal services, and that's kind of connects to the presentations before. The services who make our infrastructure run, basically, that's OPERAS ID, that's the authentication service. There's messaging, messaging. That's the Mattermost. There is a FitSM, service management system. Analytics is done with Mattermo. Then the software is maintained and managed with the help of self-hosted GitLab and GitHub, Cloud GitHub. And then we have a number of collaboration tools. Yeah. And then you might know probably the most famous. That's basically public-facing OPERAS services. We have a number of them, and you see here they all kind of organized into categories. Within Discovery, we have GoTrip and Pathfinder, and I see here some representatives of kind of the services. Then there is Metrics, which analyzes the book, but we now planning book metrics, but we're extending now into non-book, also into the journals and articles, generally publications. Then the section of Research for Society is represented by Vera, Hypothesis, and OPERAS Innovation Lab. Then there is Prism, which intersects with the previous presentation, which provides the transparent information about peer review, and we have the multilingualism section represented by the translation platform Mondeicos. So that's an overview of OPERAS services, and what do we plan to do about the services? We would like to create a service data inventory, basically, to put down the API types, the data models and schematas used by these different services, the formats, also the way documentation is maintained for the services, for the data, and also to assign the data owners. We would like to keep an eye on the fair side clear, so that data uses the persistent identifiers, has the controlled vocabularies, ontologies, and also open license and code. And then the last in this section, but not the least, is actually data as a product strategy. We would like to investigate the business opportunities with all the data OPERAS possesses, has within its services, not forgetting that there are OPERAS values in data curation and delivery. So we'd like to also to have this on the back of our mind, not to lose the values of the whole system. Yes, and yes, I'm on time, I think. So, and the third point are the data trends and opportunities. And here I would like to mention the UOSC integration, monitor, ensure all the data-related requirements are taken into consideration, but then the general trends. What's going on right now in the data management, in the open data. And I would like here to present one case that we're kind of right now interested in, and it's clearly related, as many topics here are related to AI. And we think that academic publishing is entering a period of significant structural change, driven by the rapid integration of AI into scholarly discovery and access. And there are 3 points here. Is that the first point is a discovery. We think that discovery is being decoupled from publisher platforms, because AI answer engines synthesize responses from multiple sources, but they reduce direct navigation to the publisher websites. So publisher is still a central in the knowledge supply chain, but the publishers are increasingly becoming invisible destinations, because basically the users don't go to publisher websites. So they consume the content from the AI tools. That means, and that triggers the second thing, it triggers the measurement. So the measurement we have, including our services, is becoming less representative of actual content usage. Yes, so current standards primarily capture human-initiated access events, while AI-mediated retrieval and synthesis may occur without generating conventional usage records. So it's not recorded, but it has an impact on the society, it has an impact on the researchers, but it's not recorded. And then the infrastructure is experiencing growing pressure from large-scale automated access. So the last slide. So what kind of we're thinking what is necessary in this respect? We think that Diamond Open Access publishers represent the segment most exposed to AI-mediated discovery, because we are all open, but at the same time, we are least resourced to respond. So we have less instruments to respond. And I think that collective actions are required along the following, again, 3 actions. I love 3, as you see, like it's all 3. So the first is technical. We need structured quality metadata. We need API-first architectures. We need authenticated access tiers. We also need legal action, licensing frameworks for AI ingestion, but what is urgently needed is publisher access to AI platforms, metrics on citation, retrieval, and recommendation. This information currently is closed from us. It's proprietary, so we have no access to the way AI cites us. And the political action, we need an industry standard on AI retrieval metrics, something like similar to Counter, which covers normal users, but we need a similar standard for AI retrieval, and we need regulatory advocacy under EU Act, AI Act. Yes, and that was the last slide. And if you are interested and have kind of ideas, please contact me. This is my email. And please follow OPERAS on different channels, on the website, through the newsletter, and contact.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all presenters for their great presentations, but also for the great work they do in-house, but also all around. So it's making things for us easier. Questions, comments?
I have a comment on the presentation on open peer review. I think that there is not a single way to implement open peer review or open discussion. We can think of interoperability of different structure, for example, preprint server and, I don't know, meta-raw peer review and so on. Or we can have open peer review embedded in a platform such as PCI or and so on. So we can also think of post-publication peer review. We have, for example, a journal that implemented this as a bridge to the open peer review ex ante. I cannot say if one is better than the other. I think it should be fit for purpose for the single disciplinary community. So it's important to leave space for many models and many possibilities to include many communities.
Thank you. Do you want to reply to that? It was more as a comment, but one question here and then go.
Johan, I really like the to this notion that we should implement this 2-on-1 system, because at the end of the day, science keeps on exploiting itself. The problem that I see here is that universities should implement this, but then at the same time, they like it that their scientific entrepreneurs who are forced into this publish or perish exploit the system by publishing as much as possible and not reviewing as much as would be fair. So where would you start this challenge?
Well, Pierre told me this morning that I should set up a sub-project about that and really promote it very hard, because I mean, as you say, the only entities that are going to implement this seriously are universities and maybe funders, right? I mean, that have the power to implement this seriously. So that's where we should start. I'm not sure that it's possible, but I did talk to, for instance, the German rectors last year about this, and everybody was nodding. Yeah, makes sense. You know, it makes intuitive sense. Whether it is implementable is something else, because indeed, I mean, people have been so programmed that publishing is the only thing that matters, and reviewing is for suckers and losers, right? I mean, who want to do that? I mean, I have many people like that. You know, as an editor, I see it every day. There are these people who have no qualms about submitting papers, and then in the very same day turn down an invitation to review. Many people like that, especially when they're past 50. Because they sort of think, you know, I have arrived, why should I be doing these menial tasks of reviewing? It's for youngsters. It's just the wrong attitude. And so that needs a correction. And that's why this idea comes from 2-to-1, because, I mean, we really need a correction in the system. You can't find reviewers anymore. Sorry.
So yeah, very quickly. So I think that the right way to start it is indeed to start a project, a small project, and to start a conversation in different scientific communities about that. You know, by organizing focus groups, workshops, things like that, where we can start the conversation and grow it. So Margot, you are invited to join the project.
Yeah.
You have just volunteered yourself.
Until I'm going on that direction to pass the microphone, I just want to comment. You talk about the rewarding, and it's not necessarily monetary or points, but you know, how to reward all the work, even when you're elder and you don't feel like doing that. So, one last question.
Yeah, thank you. Is really about rewarding that I want to comment, so you kind of empty my commentary, because I was wondering, you talk about metadata and ways of recognizing the peer review, but there is a problem with peer review that those who are in academics can recognize as the bad quality of peer review because of the incentives that the peer review has. And I wonder that within the project that you have in mind, if you are also thinking about the reframing as a peer review also as a contributor.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is also what we find. So if you look at the data, this Ross Hellauer and Horbach article, this is what they find. They find that open peer reviews are longer and they're more constructive, typically, because people are much more careful. So the more careful means that they're sometimes less critical. That's the downside. But the upside is that they tend to be more constructive. So, and yeah, that's also my practice as an editor. You know, I mean, I don't practice open peer review in my journal, but the reviews that you want are the reviews that are constructive. And people need to learn that. But the only way they will learn that is by seeing other open peer reviews in their field. You know, it's a chicken and egg problem. You will only adopt correct behavior if you see good behavior around you, right? If you have the experience of reading constructive open peer reviews. So there's an entire culture change that needs to happen.
Yes, thank you. I'm aware of the time, so we need to wrap this session. I would like to encourage everyone to first thank our speakers. And then further on, these were really great presentations. I would like to invite you to talk to our speakers in the breaks, to discuss this a bit more, to see what they are doing. We have one more session before the lunch break, so stay with us. Yeah, thank you. metrics that you mentioned that you are working on, and what is exactly producing as the first degree, like some representations of works.
reflection on how national capacity centers could work. This is an idea basically that started a year ago with European Diamond Capacity. Sorry, yeah. So once the European Diamond Capacity Hub started, we had this idea of also setting up a network of national capacity centers. In many countries, national capacity centers already existed, like in France, Portugal, Finland, and Croatia. But then what we saw was this enormous enthusiasm after, let's say, our start in Madrid in January 25, this enormous enthusiasm to set up national capacity centers. So all of a sudden, you know, we found ourselves surrounded by 14 established national capacity centers. You see the list there with their logos. So that was very impressive. And we also know that there are 8 national capacity centers that are in the making in various stages of development. And one of the things we wanted to do is to bring them together in a kind of network that will also take on a formal capacity. In the sense that there will be, we have asked a few days ago, this was on Monday, I think, for these national capacity centers to set up a board so that the EDCH can interact with them as an independent entity. So we as EDCH don't want to run the NCCs. I mean, you know, the NCC should really have a certain independence so that we have a sort of an even interaction, so that the NCCs can ask us to do certain things, and that we can ask the NCCs to do certain things in cooperation. And we thought it was important to give the floor to 3 NCCs. One NCC that is already very well established, like at FECIT, that's the one that is, and what they do and what they think they should be doing. The relationship also between NCCs on the one hand, which is really something of the European Diamond Capacity Hub, and the national nodes of OPERAS, because that's an articulation that needs to be discussed. And then we talk about the Portuguese Capacity Hub. Isa will present about that, and then Marta will present about the NCC that is in the making, the NCC in Poland. Okay, so I'll give you the floor for presentations, and then we can discuss the questions in the document.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm going to try to explain. I'm from the Spanish Foundation of Science and Technology. I work in the Open Science Unit, and the Open Science Unit is part of the Strategic Projects Department. So we are considered strategic in our own institution. We have, I'm going to try to explain how we are coordinating both things, not only the National Capacity Center, but the OPERAS National Node. We are both. What gives us great opportunities, but challenges, of course. I'm trying to explain shortly how we are coordinating this and why we are, I don't know if a success case or something like that, with our development of the National Capacity Center that is established, but is always on beta, as we say, because we are always trying to improve. So we cannot say it's established and finished. We are still working. We are taking notes of the things that the rest of the people is doing to see how to improve it. FECIT has been working for a long time and has a very well established and structured scholarly communication community. We are, should say, united and well related between us, you know. And this is because of two main, more things, but two main things that make us be, I'm going to say, trusted source. I have stolen it from you, from the DDH, because we are trusted source in DDH too. And we are a trusted source because we have a strong relationship with what we call UNE, is the unity of Spanish university publishers, could be said like that. And they are a strong institution, very well connected and very well related and trusted for for the community. And we have ourselves a very good relationship with universities, libraries, service providers, and publishing services from the universities. So they trust on us. When we want to share something with them, maybe a training resource, a call, a survey, a policy guideline, whatever, they listen to us. We can reach our audience. So this is a very good opportunity for the National Capacity Center and for the OPERAS National Node too, that we are able to be this channel to reach our community for the, as I said, for training resources and for the wider or broader open science structure of OPERAS. And the other one is that we have a very well-known and recognized quality seal. FECID quality seal is very well recognized in the community. Each 2 years, we develop a new edition of the seal, and journal publishers want to get this seal. It's not something, it's not something that they have to do because it's how to say that, a formality. They want to get the seal. Each time, each new edition, they try to get the seal again. They try to accomplish those items they hadn't accomplished the previous one, or keep on accomplishing the items we consider for the seal. So those two big pillars gave us the opportunity to contact to our community. And this let us be, as I've said, a trusted source. And that let us have a conversation with them, because we are not only a channel for telling them what we are offering or what we are considering they should have, or how to create a pathway for them to receive those kind of training resources, but they tell us what they need. So we are always establishing a conversation with them, and this is what makes us, I don't know if a success, or have a successful situation for this aspect, but there are challenges too, of course. Coordinating both infrastructures, or both elements, the OPERAS National Node and the Spanish National Capacity Center, make us not duplicating efforts, but it's a lot of work sometimes. And we can reach the community, and most of the times we receive what we are waiting for, but sometimes we do not receive what we are waiting for. And we are thinking about how to develop a good narrative from the EDCH, maybe from the coordination of the EDCH, to see how we can reach them and receive what we need from them. I think this is basically how we are trying to structure, because I say this structure we are the established one, but we keep on working on this, and we keep on collecting information and other people's opinion and experiences to see how we can improve. I don't know if is to extend.
Yes, totally. Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot, Virginia. I always remember from the conversations with you guys in Madrid, when Maria Angeles said that she knows every single editor of the 2,000 journals in Spain. I think that's just so beautiful. And reaching the community really means reaching the community. It's really like every single editor, to have a personal relationship with them. That is, I think, incredible.
Well, and there is something to take into account in our community, that we are a multilingual country. We speak Spanish mostly, but we have other languages as Catalan, Galician, and some journals are published in different languages. In both languages, some of them in Spanish and other national language, some of them in Spanish, other national language, and try to publish in English. This is an effort that is being made by our community, because this is one of the main challenges, that it's not easy to reach them in English. We have to be, I don't know how to say, this channel to receive the messages in whatever language, and try to translate it into English for our community to receive it correctly.
Yeah, and this, I think, is another role of the National Capacity Centers. They are best positioned to address multilingual communication, right? I mean, as the EDCH, we have no idea, about Galician journals, so how would we, right? But this is typically something that you can do at the national level, and that's why the national level is so important. Isa.
Hi, Hi, good morning. I'm Isabel de Rohan. I'm with the University of Coimbra in communications and also in OPERAS communications. Thank you for this opportunity to speak for Coimbra, for the OPERAS PT. And in this presentation, I will focus on the Portuguese case and the relationship between us, the national node, and our National Capacity Center, which is PABIN, and how we can share our experience with them and work together. And well, OPERAS PT is led by the University of Coimbra, and which is a public higher education institution funded in 746 years ago. The University of Coimbra brings together research and education units across a wide range of fields. And we are also one of the founding members of OPERAS. And as a leader of the Portuguese National Node, we coordinate national involvement in OPERAS, and we act as an interface between the Portuguese social, science and humanities communities and the broader European research infrastructure. The focus of OPERA PT is strongly connected to the core values of OPERAS, of course. And in practical terms, OPERAS PT promotes regular activities to engage national communities, such as workshops and events. And we support and disseminate OPERAS events and services. And we translate materials and training resources, and we collaborate with other national infrastructures, of course. And PABIN is our national capacity center in Portugal for the Diamond Open Access, and it's been placed and consolidated since 2020, and is managed by the University of Minho and the Foundation of Science and Technology, the FCT. Their work is focused mainly on academic journals, and they provide services and training and dedicated support for editorial management. And we also work together a lot for planning and organizing congresses together. And I think this is what I'm done talking about now, so we can talk more about it in the questions, okay? Yes.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. So this is an example where, you know, the national node, OPERAS national node, and the National Capacity Center are in two different locations and have complementary services. Marta, what's the situation in Poland?
Okay, as you can see. Okay, thank you for the invitation for this space of reflection on national perspectives with European scholarly communication, and especially this national capacity centers within the Diamond idea. So from the perspective of OPERAS PL, OPERAS National Node, which is a part of the National Capacity Center in development, so to say, because our work here is so deeply rooted in the cooperation with publishers and other entities that are dealing with those publishing processes, that most probably we will be always in development, which is a very fruitful stage, so to say. And I would like maybe to start with a simple observation that there is no one size fits all for supporting Diamond Open Access. And this is why we somehow reflect this complexity. We are a consortium of 9 institutions as an OPERAS PL national node with very different profiles and different priorities. Some of us are research institutions, but others are very directly involved within scholarly publishing. They write journals, they have publishing programs, they maintain infrastructure, supporting publications and journal platforms. So this diversity also shapes how we approach Diamond Open Access. From the very beginning, we was developed around this collaboration connected to open access, Diamond Open Access Publishing. Initially, we were focused on books, open access books. And from this, we grew up to be this, this consortium. And as a result, those questions of sustainability, openness, publishing quality as well, and community support have been embedded in National Node for a long time, long before we before the recent discussions around capacity centers emerged. So to say, we did it before it was cool. So most recently, this engagement has just this natural extension within this participation through projects like Diamas, for example, or Craft Open Access, and now this broader discussion around the European Diamond Capacity Hub. And because of this trajectory, from our perspective, activities related to Diamond Open Access and the work of National Node are strongly interconnected. And I just wanted to emphasize that many of our consortiums, as they are like really doing the publishing, not as we in OPERAS. So many of them deals with this everyday, immediate and local challenges, sustaining journals, editorial work, staffing, metadata quality, indexing, discoverability, and the infrastructure maintenance, one of very important stuff. And they are simply keeping publishing activities running. And for them, this European level we represent can seem some feel distant. And not because they don't see the importance, but they just don't have the capacity, which is the name of the capacity centers, to engage within those discussions. And this is where I see the role of national nodes as well. So in our case, we do not operate as publisher, but we can act as an advocate for them on this international level. We act as mediation and advocacy between local communities and European ecosystem. That's what we do. We also have some, so to say, successes to be somehow maybe mentioned here, like this Open Humanities Manifesto, which was an initiative of the document of a manifesto written in summer 2024, and also signed by more than 200 institutional and individual signatures. So it shows the support from the communities, but it also reaches the at least national level of government, because right now we have this opportunity of building up on this, on the topic of especially evaluation system, as there was created this governmental special group for digital humanities and evaluation within this field. So these are the highlights, so to say, that are also very much activities that very much affect this diamond environment and landscape here in Poland.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Marta. Thank you. Any questions or clarifications that you would like to ask? Please go ahead.
Only one mic.
Yeah, I have two, so.
Thank you. Iva Grabric-Andonovski from Croatia. We are working on establishing Croatian Center for Diamond Open Access. And I was wondering if you can share with us, we signed a memorandum of understanding between several institutions and infrastructure providers, and I'm representing Croatian Association for Scholarly Communication. So we kind of have a reach to the community. but we are struggling with the type of organization or consortium we would like to be. So, for instance, our association is, of course, not for profit association, and does not have enough, I would say, funds to fund some activities. So I was wondering if, for example, in Poland or in Spain or Portugal, which are more established ones, do you rely on in-kind contributions from consortium members, or are they obliged to also provide some funding? Or did you had everything, I would say, as prepared as a project and then go to the national level to find some funding for your activities? So what would be, I would ask, the best possible approach, taking into consideration that Croatia is a small country with limited resources, of course. So this would be, I would say, like this legal/financial aspects that I am wondering about. Thank you.
Any answers?
Well, I could say, as I've explained, FECIT has a strong work from a long time ago. And we hadn't signed a kind of memorandum to establish this with our community because they trust on what we are saying them. We do not always receive what we want from them. Mostly we receive it, but we have not signed it. And maybe most of the things we are doing with the community are in kind because they want to do that. It's like a community very well structured, as I've said, and they want to keep on growing. And they are, most of them, kind of on Diamond Open Access. And this is our experience, you know. We have not signed any kind of agreement with them. We just send them the information and try to create groups. We have focus groups sometimes to know. That's what I say. This is a conversation. We are not telling them what to do. We ask. We make webinars, seminars. We create focus groups and talk to them to see what they want, what they need, and we work together. It's something, as I said, is well established, but it's not something granted. Something that has been built through a long time in different aspects with different things, and now we have this structure to work on this. But we are trying to learn from others, of course, because this is not something, you know, something that was there. As Johan has said, I have a colleague, well, most of you know Pilar Rico, and another colleague that is María Ángeles Coslado, and Laura Bonora. We are the 4 people working. We are the core of these both structures, you know, but we are counting with a lot of hands and help from the community. But they have been working heavily from the last years to be this trusted source, to be recognized, and to be considered when we say something. If there is a guideline, a policy guideline, when we describe the Diamond Open Access Standard, everyone wanted to participate with us in the focus group to read the Diamond Open Access Standard, to participate on the development of the document. So, you know, this is mostly in kind, and that's how we work.
And it's different, I think, from other places in the sense that FECIT is a funding agency, so it's centrally funded by the Spanish state, so to speak. So it's very different from the Croatian situation where you don't have the funder doesn't take the initiative. I mean, Spain also has different funders, very different funders, and FECIT has a long tradition in doing this as one of their tasks, right? Exactly. I can say this, so just putting it at a higher level. The same is more or less true in Portugal, I think, where the funder again has basically taken the initiative for Pabin, I think, and is financing it.
Yeah, it's interesting what you said too, Virginia, because in our relationship with our NCC, our contribution is experience, and that we having already consolidated in Diamond OA Publishing. We have Coimbra University Press, which is, I think, one of the which is the oldest press of the Portuguese-speaking countries. And we started Diamond OA in 2012, before it was cool too. And so this is the experience we have to share with them. Also, with our partners, in Portugal, and also with our connection with Brazil. Coimbra has deeply roots with Brazil. I'm actually Brazilian, and I heard this anecdote another day about why Brazil is not a fragmented country, because it has a continental size, and why it's not fragmented, why it didn't divide itself. And the story is that because like the politician elite of Brazil all studied together in Coimbra, so and they all know each other. They all work it together. So I think this is what we can share with our NCC.
And how does that work in Poland?
Okay.
What would you need in Poland at the national level, Marta?
We need money always.
Yeah. Well, that's what Eva also is saying. How do we get the money,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, in a sense, I mean, for Croatia, the Portuguese and Spanish model would not work, right? I mean, because there's the funder doesn't have that vocation, so to speak.
We are trying to do some finances from new resources.
Yeah.
Diamond open access, which is good and it's a start, but we are thinking about long term, about sustainability.
Yeah, you're thinking about
exactly.
Yeah, you're thinking about a membership model, right? I mean, the Portuguese model is also what is true in the Netherlands, I think. You know, the National Capacity Center in the Netherlands is sort of funded by NWO, I think, by the Open Science Fund. So there's various models around for this.
Yeah, it's difficult for us as well, I would say.
Yeah.
As a consortium of these 9 institutions, we are working mostly as an in-kind contribution, which basically sums up with us, Digital Humanities Center, IBL PAN, being a leader of those activities. But we also try to use the opportunities around us. So we started with this national founded project in 2021. That was the very beginning. But then when it finished, we are trying to also incorporate and engage other partners, institutions, to be involved within the European projects, like in OPERAS projects. We have the ICM UW, which is also part of the
EDCH.
Yeah, and EDCH in general right now. But it's also needs to be interconnected with their own goals. And that's always our task. We do not force anyone to do what it's not aligned with their own aims, but rather to accelerate what they are already doing. The same with publishers, which are not only like the beneficiaries of the Diamond Open Access activities, but also they're part of it. We always invite them to take part in all the activities, research groups we create, and so on. But it needs to be somehow interconnected with what they are already doing, because we are pretty sure they have a lot of local, very intense problems. They need to take care now, and thinking of this longer sustainability and longer perspective is difficult for them, as they are struggling in the day-to-day.
Yeah. So this really addresses the second question. I mean, I was looking at my notes. The second question that we were to address today: which governance structures and coordination mechanisms do NCCs have, and how can that respect national diversity? Because basically, every country is different, right? Every country has a different history in this, of how open access or Diamond Open Access got organized. And so it's really for every country to find their own road towards organization. And this is really not something that you can impose from the outside. But yeah, I see Margot smiling at me, so go ahead, Margot. Sorry, the mic. Thank you.
So what I would like to invite you is to look at these small emblems on laptops, this one and this one. I'm pointing on the Diamond Discovery Hub. So the Diamond Discovery Hub is a very practical tool to make the Diamond Open Access output in journals visible. And I see many people who have already onboarded through their national capacity centers, their journals and their publishers on the Diamond Discovery Hub. By the way, he is one of the masterminds of the technology behind Diamond Discovery Hub. And whenever we interact with the National Capacity Center on how to onboard, I think, do we need a protocol for this? Actually, we don't need a protocol for this because we won't see 150 of them popping up in the next month. And then I need a protocol to just handle this critical mass. This always needs to be a one-on-one conversation, and we definitely managed our conversation with Maria Angeles and Pilar and you. And so there's a very practical point. So if you don't really know what you will be doing, you will be, for instance, helping your journals, your publishers, your institutions to onboard and to become part of a larger critical mass. And maybe if you, so for instance, the Ukrainian Diamond Open Capacity Center, they set up a website where you can inform yourself how to become part of Diamond Discovery Hub.
Yeah.
So it doesn't need to be the huge thing where you have all this in-kind.
Does everybody know what the Diamond Discovery Hub is?
Well, then have a look here and type it into, if you have Wi-Fi, I don't have it.
Yeah.
So
the list of officially Diamond journals in Europe, basically.
And if you identify with this Diamond Open Access scholarly model and you want to help your communities, you are of help anyway.
Yeah.
Because, for instance, my command of Ukrainian language is a bit poor. I can't even read it. So I'm totally reliant on them to help me and to say, yeah, you can trust that information.
Yeah.
Because how can I verify this? And we don't want to be one of these resources that simply exclude all these smaller languages because we can't control them. We'd rather have this grassroots approach. And that means we need you to tell us whom we can trust, and that you don't need your ministry for.
Yeah. So basically, Margot, what you're saying is the Diamond Discovery Hub really needs the national capacity centers to do this, to do this work, to select the journals according to the 6 operational criteria that we have established.
And also to keep the communication going.
And to yes, please, Eva, by all means.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I wanted to add that we have creation portal of open access journals, which are predominantly Diamond Open Access, and we are in the process of, the University Computing Center of University of Zagreb, of certification of journals present at the portal according to the Diamond Discovery Hub criteria. It's a long, long list of journals because we have 450 journals active on the portal, but we are getting there. So at least, we are doing a move into the right direction, even though we are kind of still at the beginning of our initiative. So, and that way, if you have like a main portal of open access journals, it will be easier to filter out those who are aligned with Diamond Discovery. Thank you. Did you have something to ask? No, okay. Yeah. Can Irina ask something?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry. I would like to move to a bit higher level, and I'm just wondering, with all the work that you're doing, which is really great, but how do you see your relationship with national EOSC nodes and also the nodes, the capacity centers that will be developed by science clusters, and this is not something for the future. The competence centers are being developed now. So I'm just wondering if there are any debates in this relationship, or if you have national debates for the nodes. Thanks.
Well, you ask if you are having national debates for the nodes. I think.
EOSC nodes.
Yeah. Well, this is something I would like Pilar to be here now, because she's the one coordinating all these things, you know. I cannot give you a proper response about this. You know, what I can say, as I've said in the beginning, is that Spain is a relatively a structured country in this aspect, you know, at the policy level. And part of this structure is on facet hands. So that's what I've said is easy. Well, when I say it's easy, it seems to be everything done. But it's done because we move to different structures, to the high level with the ministries, and to the level of journal level, to with the journal editors, with phonographs editors, and we have this kind of a structure that is why this is our experience. You know, that's what I'm trying to learn from other things that are more fragmented and has not this strong structure considered. You know, I cannot give you a proper response about this, but I know we have different conversations in different levels, you know, upper level or level, higher level, or I don't know if to say higher or down level, because it's not exactly this way, you know, it's different level of different positions. And we have a lot of conversations with different people, and we try to structure even the National Open Science a document has been developed by FECIT together with the ministry. So you can imagine that we have those kind of conversations. And yeah, we have conversations at different levels, but we have not had a conversation specifically for creating the National Capacity Center. The National Capacity Center is on our hands, under our roof, together with the OPERAS National Node. And we are coordinating it regarding the different levels or the different parts of the conversations we are having with our community. But we have strong conversations with the community, this is true, with the different elements of the community. We have something that is one of the challenges I talked yesterday. I was talking about with Johan about it yesterday, that sometimes for us it's more difficult to reach researchers, because we have more conversation with, as I say, with high upper level, with the ministry, with policy decision makers, with the editor, with publisher, with service providers, and sometimes researchers are not in this map. They are, but not direct in this map, and this is our main challenge, you know. But not the conversations to the upper level, or I'm not taking this conversation, so maybe Pilar should be the best person to give you this response, but I know she's having a lot of conversations with different levels, and that's what we are so well structured, but we have some challenges. I say it's not perfect, and we keep on being on beta, and we keep on trying to develop it. I don't know.
We want to continue. Yes, I just want to add that yes, I passed this question to my coordinator as well, because I don't know. Well, my coordinator is Delphine Leão from the University of Coimbra. Marta, do you want something to add?
Regarding your question, Irina, we're just trying to stay connected with all the initiatives that are going around. And as I said, as OPERAS PL / NCC, we are trying to advocate for all the institutions that are connected with us. But coming back to the Diamond Discovery Hub mentioned before, if I may have a comment on this, we are also very glad for this tool. It's certainly very helpful. But from the perspective of Polish publishers, Polish journals, as I could experience this during the projects I was involved, for example, Craft Open Access lately, being a diamond journal isn't a thing. I mean, it's not the struggle they have right now. And I have the feeling, especially from the Polish perspective, maybe it's something very typical for us, but there are further like problems as the stability, sustainability, quality, metadata, infrastructure, so on and so on, that should be, you know, just next steps for NCCs, especially in those countries that are based on this non-profitable journals, apparently institutional mainly, so they have those, so to say, finding for this
quality alignment.
But there are further works to do and further questions to be asked.
Yeah, definitely. But that's also where I think the Diamond Open Access standard can play a big role in federating the requirements that we impose on these journals, not just at the national level, but across Europe and across disciplines. That's, I think, an important piece of work to be done. And not only in terms of metadata, but also in terms of governance, in terms of ownership, in terms of policies, and so on. That's another role, I think, for the NCCs. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, please, Margot.
I really liked your question about the EOSC notes. I think one of the challenges for us coming from the scholarly communication and publishing world is that the EOSC has some difficulties to really realize that this is a very important part of the open science cloud. So therefore these nodes, the EOSC nodes, tend to be a different crowd of people. And one of the connecting nodes could be the Opportunity Area Expert Group number 6, scholarly communication in the EOSC, because we really also need to bring our use case, small journals, struggling, mature, we need to bring this use case to the EOSC, because for many people in the EOSC, they talk about huge research data, but research data in many disciplines sits in journal articles, or journal articles are research data. So we probably need to make a deliberate step towards EOSC representatives to say, look, we are also important and we bring a very important crowd with us, content providers.
20,000 journals in Europe, after all, so that's not negligible. Yes?
Perhaps just to add, the Opportunity Areas Expert Group, it's not a node, it's a network of where projects are involved, that infra-EOS projects are involved. But there is now in the second wave of nodes that are going to onboard, because the federation is not yet in production. There will be a node, the Open Scholarly Communication node, which is led by OpenAir, and also OPERAS is involved. So I think that's more your connection. Of course, also the Opportunity Expert Group, but that's not a node, that's a group, a network.
And who is involved for OPERAS there?
You have to be with Sai and Suzanne.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, maybe, yeah, Eva, please. No, of course. No, that's why we are here.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, did you see any change in national policies, especially regarding research assessment criteria, after, I would say, expanding your activities via national nodes? Because we are mainly struggling with that. We have good policies at, for example, institutional level, but just a plan for open science at the national level, and new research assessment criteria recently released are moving very slowly towards open access and even slower to the Diamond Open Access. So I was wondering if you have some good examples that we can look up to. So that would be great. Thanks.
It's a good question. Marta?
Yeah. Yes, in Polish policies within the open science in general, there are some 2 steps forwards, 3 steps backwards, as usually. So that's how it goes. We had, like, I think it was last year when one of the main founding institution decided to step back from this requirement of publishing in open access all the outcomes. So this is a step back, but also we have those steps forward. As I mentioned, we managed to be a part of this governmental working group for the changes within the evaluation process, and to include more of the open, more of the digital outputs, which was mainly overlooked within the previous policies. But yeah, it's always the way, just a bit ups and downs still. I don't have any like good maybe this example was nice. We started with the manifesto. The manifesto was signed. It was somehow seen by the governmental side, and we have here the main person responsible, like Beata is here. She is the chair of this group for this digital outputs of the within the evaluation in science. So you can always ask her how it's going. But they just started, so it's also ongoing process. But we can see some hope within our actions, that it can be seen and it can have some actions.
Yeah, well, we have some kind of good relationship with the institution that creates this evaluation of science, and we try, I don't know if push is the best word, but we try to work with them to see if things can change and can be better for publishing in open access journals, for example. And I know things are changing. They are including like the narrative of the research career for researchers, not only numbers. They are trying not to use numbers of papers, numbers of publications, not only numbers, trying to make it wider. They are in the way of changing it, but as you can imagine, there are a lot of pressures from different groups, people that want to things to be like they are at this moment, people that want to change it, it depends. But we have direct relationship with them. This is Kolaneca. And yeah, they seem to be open to change things. And they are really open to include open science in the assessment, in the evaluation. So things will change. I don't know if they are going to change fast. Things in Spain, we have a dicho, a way to say that las cosas de palacio van despacio, which means that things in the palace are slow. So, yeah, I know things are changing and we have direct relationship with them. Yeah.
Yes, we still have 5 minutes, as Atina reminds me. Maybe this is time to wrap up, or maybe some last questions or last considerations, perhaps about the relationship between the NCCs on the one hand, National Capacity Centers on the one hand, and the OPERAS national nodes, because I think Isa still wanted to say something about that.
Yes, sure. Yes, our NCC is very young, and we are still trying to find the correct flow with them, and trying to find the correct method of communication. But we already worked together a lot. They had Pabin organized 3 congresses, and we were in all of them. Johan was in the first one as a keynote speaker, and Delphine, our coordinator, was in the second and third one. And in the, I don't remember if it was all the 3 congresses or just the last one, but I can be sure that the last one we were part of the organization. So we try to share with them our experience in journaling, but also with services. We have Molecos, and we also have we are in process of a new platform for the press, and we are just like trying to find the flow and trying to not duplicate the work too. And I think this is it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Marta, any thoughts about the relation between OPERAS national nodes and NCCs?
Yeah,
how the interaction can work?
I feel I said a lot about it, but there is also one more thing maybe that I can add. As we observed during our cooperation with publishers and other institutions in Poland, we observed this a certain paradox, I would say. So the communities often, they do not want the solution to be imposed from above. They are very reluctant. Maybe it's Polish specificity, but this is something we clearly observe here, especially within the publishers. But at the same time, they also feel overwhelmed by this growing number of frameworks, of standards, of recommendations, and they just want to be reassured that they're on the good way, they are moving in the right direction. And this is what we need to do here. This is our definitely our task, to mediate between those two levels of like community-driven approach and this coming from above recommendations, and how to find this right way to move around. Mm-hmm. So this is how we feel and how we are trying to engage. Obviously, this community building plays very, very important role, because always mediation between people requires certain soft skills, not only those infrastructural tools. So we put a lot of effort in that also. Obviously, building infrastructures is very important, and we are like very into guiding publishers and journals into this more effective way of working in the everyday duties, but it also requires this like very soft skills and
yeah,
mediating.
absolutely. I think it's really this fine line between respecting the diversity of each community and each diamond journal, right? In their own language, with their own habits, and at the same time trying to set these kind of international practices that ideally they should share in order to improve their quality and also to be more visible. I mean, my ideal in this is really that there is really no reason why a journal operating in Galician or in Polish or in Ukrainian should operate with different standards, publishing standards, than the major English-speaking journals. Those standards should really be the same, and that doesn't prevent you from being a very specific journal serving a very specific community with very specific needs. It's just that you need to strike that correct balance between, respecting the individuality of the journal and the journal community on the one hand, and the standards that you have that you agree to share across countries and across languages. Okay, maybe that's a good way to wrap up. Unity in diversity, so to speak. Unity of standards, but diversity in practice.
If I know the right word in English, but in Spanish it's constancia. To keep on doing things and not stopping doing things. This is what I've learned since I've been working in CEFIT, is that they have been working year after year, in the same, and keeping on improving things, not trying to impose things. And that's what we are trusted source of now for the DDH and for our community. I think this is the best way. Being respectful and not stopping.
Continuity.
Continuity.
And continuity. I think constancia is better, but
it's beautiful.
than continuity.
It's a beautiful word.
Constancia is in a way also sustainability. Keep doing something. Just not give up. Just be.
Rely on you and keep on doing
persistence.
Things. Persistence.
Persistence. Yeah, persistence, people. Trust the process. Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
wait a bit, maybe, because actually we have enough time. We have 1 hour, we have 2 presentations, so I think we can wait a bit and start. We have enough time for discussion and for, so let's wait a couple of minutes till people, yeah. Head of the library,
Identyka wrocławska, potem Politechnika Gdańska, później Sorbona Abu Dhabi.
W zasadzie wiem, że właśnie była na moim keynocie, więc ale muszę powiedzieć, że project manager in the infrastructural projects related to open science.
Yeah, it's more, it's better, yeah, it's
Put this down as lokowanie produktu. Can check the OPERAS link when they were announcing my keynote. There was a short description of me. No, you can Okay, so it starts. Do you want this? I just sent it to you. LinkedIn. In LinkedIn. This one?
Nie wiem. Welcome to this almost the last session, last
last split session. We'll have also the closing session, but I guess that's one of the, so the conference is getting to its end. And, but I think it's actually the last technical session, so you'll hear, yeah, I have to present myself. Well, so I'm Maxim Kupreyev, I'm technical manager at OPERAS. Yes, and I'm chairing this last technical session where we tried to group the papers related to the organizing knowledge in the open science ecosystem, and it's about metadata, data citation, and trust frameworks. And I'm happy to have 3 speakers today, and we'll start with our Anna Wałek, who just gave her keynote. Anna is a head of technology or a CTO at OAPEN, and yeah, she has extended experience in different academic institutions. She has 11 years experience as a library director in different university libraries, including Sorbonne University. She has been also a project manager in infrastructures related to open science, and now, yes, she is in the OAPEN, and next to her is Victor Florian. He's a metadata and system specialist at OAPEN, and we'll hear a talk about the metadata quality as a shared effort within the OAPEN infrastructure. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Maxim, and thank you for coming to this session. We will continue talking about our experiences and our struggles sometimes. And first of all, I wanted to talk about OAPEN and DOIP very briefly. We are representing the core academic infrastructures, open infrastructures for open access books. So OAPEN Library, it's a full-text library of open access books, and DOIB, Directory of Open Access Books, is a registry of open access books. So if you are a publisher, you can, or you even probably should, have your books registered in DOIB, because our systems are also connected with external systems as library catalogs and search engines and discovery tools. So we are quite a new team, because myself, I joined recently in October last year, and Victor joined in December last year. And what we discovered as newcomers was a lot of things that were too slow and too complicated for us to manage, because most of that was manual. So the uploads were done semi-automatic, but a lot of work has been done manually. There was a knowledge gap that Victor will talk about a little bit later. But there were also some practices that were lost, because some of the members of the team, they left before we joined. So practically we needed to discover our own rules, our own workflows, which was good from our perspective, because we could be more creative. I'm giving the floor to Victor, because I was talking the last hour. So, but if you have any question after
we're gonna take you to the flight next one more time. I know some of you are tired, I heard that. This one will be quicker and smoother. So without further context, let's go to our flight schedule. We'll start first with some kind of pre-flight briefing. Why does the metadata matter? You all know that, but I believe as the pre-flight briefing, it needs to be repeated and repeated. Then we will go why we needed the modernization. Anna already showed context a little bit. Then we will go how we build the new infrastructure and the design, etc. We will talk a little bit about our team. without our team, this wouldn't be possible. And we go through the results, challenges, and what we plan to do next. So this will be quick. First thing is visibility. Without proper metadata, we cannot present ourselves, we cannot present our work. So we need it. Then it builds trust. If it's proper, if abstract is present, if all contributors are there, we build trust. So that's why quality matters. And also it connects different systems. So that was our quick pre-flight briefing. And I want to welcome you to the open airport as we go further with that metaphor.
You will never forget us.
Yeah. So let's start with the airport. We can treat the AB and the open as the airports. Airports cannot exist without the terminal. So in heart of open and AB is the FTP server where publishers' flights lands. And passengers are the books. Before books can have a good time on the vacation, they need to go to security gates and show their metadata to be validated for validation. And that was quick overview how we function. But what was our motivation? It was the lost knowledge. As you heard, our team is quite new. We, on average, if we don't count our DSpace developer, we are like half of the year old. So that's pretty new. But the lost knowledge was also our privilege because we could start things on our own. Nothing was holding back, no sentiments. So we could destroy everything and build new stuff.
Not everything.
Not everything we built on top of that, but we use different systems. So another motivation was different formats. We received Onyx. Each Onyx can have different flavors. You can represent one metadata field in few different ways in the same version of Onyx. So that's one case. Also, we wanted to achieve the bibliodiversity. We want to be inclusive, not exclusive. So building something scalable, something better and more sustainable is what support the biodiversity. Also, we observe that there are more books, more providers, knowledge and science is progressing really fast. And we couldn't achieve that without the audit. In last year, late June, the Curtin Institute for Data Science created a technical review of the open and AB, and they give us some recommendation in which direction should we go, on what should we focus. That was made on the questionnaires which were sent to our publishers, which are cooperating with us, and also with some partners. So to sum up, they recommended us, maybe I will start from the beginning, our automated pipeline worked that way that person was moving files from the FTP after received some notification email and used Visual Basic, the VBA code to transform that metadata. And we received recommendation to go with Python or the Java. We choose the Python. And as I mentioned, the FTP server stands in the center of our airport. They recommended us the first thing to implement something which scans the FTP server, because moving files manually takes a lot of time. Then, after scan is done, metadata cleaning and validation should start it. We implemented that. And also the next layer onto that is to archive the metadata we receive. We were doing that on memory disk, so it's not very efficient and it's not that good. So we implemented S3 bucket for that. Then we should have something that notify the team about invalid records, about missing metadata, and publishers. Right now, we are only notifying the team, and team is contacting the publishers. But soon, after some talks with publishers, we want to implement some solution which will cover the communication delays, because communication with publishers and other stakeholders takes some time to fix the issues, some meetings. So we want to make it a little bit better. Also, the recommendation was to create something which checks, because we manually checked if metadata we received is to be uploaded or updated. So repository check was recommended. We built that on top of our export. Then the transform pipeline and upload pipeline. Upload pipeline was already existing, and I will talk about this a little bit later. Due to having DSpace 6.3, which is really old, if you don't know, like 10 years ago it was good, and now it's dying slowly. So the upload pipeline is really hard to be done because it was custom made for us. So this is the part we will cover after the migration to the newest version. So this is our interpretation, because this was the recommended design architecture by Curtin Report. This is our interpretation. First, I won't go into details, but difference is that we want this to be some kind of cron job. We want to have Airflow, which is the Python orchestrator, and it maintain the workers which do the specific tasks, which are the cleaning, validation, etc. So now I will talk a little bit about our issues, our struggles. I already mentioned that, but this took us way more time than it's supposed to take. We implemented something we called Onyx Explorer. So basically, publishers are sending us a lot more fields than we require, and based on that, we implemented notification system which give us new fields which appears on the feed. Something like prizes the book get for like audience, etc. But this was our first struggle: how to map everything, and also the Excel sheets. But that's one thing. Missing travel information. Basically, we received a lot of missing abstract, missing keywords, big codes or bizarre codes which are swapped with the thema and back and forth. But what was my big surprise? What people are putting as separators, like bullet points, sometimes like columns, like very weird stuff. I wasn't expecting that. So these things had to be like coded, make some exceptions. And that was also problematic to find because there are many publishers. The third thing are the communication delays, because we email which publishers, we have meetings, but it takes some time. So to adjust things, that was one of our issues. And the last thing, but I believe the most important, was the legacy infrastructure. As I mentioned, the DSpace 6 is not very user-friendly. There are a lot of struggles. And also a lot of our parts were in different hands. So we have like third party, which was maintaining one thing and other thing, and we are trying to bring everything home. And about us, I categorized us as librarians and the IT specialists, but that's not exactly true. But for the simplification, so everyone brings something to the table, and without everyone, we couldn't do that. The librarians, metadata specialists bring the metadata standards, expertise, quality. They check the quality. Without that, we would have a mess in the metadata. And also they maintain the relationship with the publishers. And IT specialists bring the automation, scalable systems. They also know how to implement monitoring, logs, validation, and architecture. And our results, I categorized the results in 3 categories: the operation gains, human gains, and ecosystem gains. So for the first gains, expert who was uploading books before we came was like handling 60 to 100 books per day. The new person was able to achieve only like 20-40. So it's like almost two times less because of the knowledge, because of not knowing the processes. And by implementing that architecture, the automation, we achieved 5 more efficiency. And how I calculated that, at the peak moment, we managed to do 1,200 books in like 2 days. Why 2 days? That's because Pipeline can process more metadata, more books, but we need to check everything. There are some issues. We need to contact publishers, so it takes time, and that's how we calculated five time efficiency. Also, with the validation, we have it earlier, so we earlier know the issues. We can contact publishers directly without like some delays. And also, we do fewer manual corrections because earlier people were looking at the metadata. Okay, abstract is missing. I'm googling it and putting it by themselves. And we believe that's not the best option. There are some metadata enrichments which can be also used, but we believe that we shouldn't correct the metadata. And human gains, we were allowed to collaborate more, discuss about the pipeline, how to improve it, which metadata should be validated differently. We had time for standardized quality. We are right now working on our guidelines. So we want publishers to be transparent with publishers and other user stakeholders about our guidelines, what we accept, the templates, the samples of the ONIX, how to send them. And also we have less repetitive work. And for the ecosystem, with better metadata, this process, the discoverability will grow. We build stronger trust. And also we want to, with this, we want to support biodiversity. So if we expand the pipeline for more formats, we'll include more countries, more institutions. And you want to say something, Anna?
Yes, sure. So when we started working on the new pipeline, we had a backlog on the FTP server. It was like 5,000 books waiting. And it was like 3 or 4 months delay sometimes. So we were receiving a lot of complaints because there was only one person left before Victor joined in December. And we had some other issues to manage, so it was very crucial for us to do the step forward. And what Victor explained about the new pipeline, the most important part of that was that Victor prepared a code that is searching the FTP server. So out of these 5,000 books, we checked that 3,000 are just metadata that publishers send us to be updated. So instead of 5,000 books, we had only 1,500. And from this 1,500, 1,000 had some issues with the metadata. So the abstract was missing, the ISBN was missing, the author field was missing, or there were other commas and other HTML signs in the different fields. So instead of doing what was done before, so doing this trying to figure out this by ourselves, we decided to be more assertive. So we started to send back the requests to the publishers, because most of the times it was a human mistake, or just, I don't want to say laziness, but a habit that every time there was an issue, we were managing this, but it caused the delay. So out of this 5,000 books, we eventually had 500 that we could upload immediately. And those 3,500, they were not in the queue anymore. So all the automatization that has been done improved our work, but also help us to maintain the metadata, because the script shows us which metadata field is correct, for example, which mandatory field is missing. Or, for example, we were also changing some rules, because there was a mandatory abstract in English, but some of our publishers, they publish in different languages. So we allowed to replace the abstract with the abstract in other languages, using a different metadata field. So this is the bibliodiversity that Victor mentioned. So slowly, we started to move towards a better version of our own systems, and also preparing ourselves for the migration to the new version of DSpace.
And our future plans is multilingual metadata. That's because we know that a lot of publishers are publishing in different languages, and we also want for their communities, and let's say we are getting okay, thank you. Sorry for that. So the multilingual metadata, we want to be more inclusive. We want to cover more formats. We know that some people want us to cover Mark XML. There are like keyboards and other stuff, so we want to focus on that. One of the main focus will be the easier metadata input for smaller publishers in DAB. Right now, we know that this process is painful, is manual, and we want to achieve that. One of the things is metadata enrichment. So we want to focus on allowing like paste only the ISBN, DOI, and the rest metadata fields if it is in like Crossref or other places, then the metadata will be inputted. So that's our focus, how to make this easier. We also have other ideas to automate it, but we want also work with publisher who agrees on the metadata enrichment, because we know some can have issues or some metadata can be like sent to us first time ever. And also we want to expand globally. We want to, let's say, have like page in different languages, so it's more accessible for non-English speakers. And I want to finish our flight with 2 sentences. One is that metadata quality is our effort. It's not only let's say publishers. It's because if we work with publishers, say what's need to be changed, then the flow is smoother and we can achieve great things. And also the good metadata is not created by machines alone. The humans are also behind, and we should work on it together. Yeah, and thank you for your attention. Oh,
yeah, we have plenty.
Questions?
Yes, so we have plenty of time, so we can have immediate Q&A. We have can immediate questions, and yeah, thanks a lot for the for detailed and yeah, insightful presentation. I think in our community the number of metaphors is kind of growing, because we have now the airport and the air traffic, and I remember that Johan Rurik, to present the diamond community, is using like a playground metaphor, like a bay. What we are working is a basketball playground, like infrastructure, where people can come and play their publisher games. So it's nice to I think it's a good thing to explain what we are doing. So yeah. I have a couple of questions, but I would like you to jump in. I know that some people here are actually dealing with the same type of problems you're facing, and I know even some people are also doing this metadata crosswalks and quality and so on. So if we have questions, please, yeah.
Please don't remember me as the guy who doesn't like airports. Thank you very much. And Victor and the team, congratulations on surviving what sounds like a very difficult period of time with personnel transition, systems change. I know how hard that can be. Everything you presented is very near and dear to my heart as somebody who works on OMP. We did work with DOAB for a while on preparing to deposit directly from OMP, and I think we're ready to pick that conversation up anytime you like. Metadata translation, all those things are hugely important to us. So I won't burden you right now with that discussion, but I did want to ask about SWORD. I believe you do have SWORD support, or at least it's in the plans from the OMP session, and that's interesting to us as well, if that is possible, rather than FTP.
So we have SWORD, but right now, due to we allowed TOF to use the SWORD. We know that we can allow other publishers or other repositories or other parties, providers. But we want to focus on the quality of the metadata. So first, if like we start talks about using more sort, we need to be sure that the quality is good, because we received some missing like metadata. We work with TOF. I'm looking at you, Toby. Hey, thank you for coming. We work on the metadata. We check their metadata, and we decide that it's really good, so we can like move with sort. But we want to focus on the FTP. But if the metadata is good, I don't see any.
Yeah, the option is open, but we need to like maintain this.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, then I'll ask also a question. Actually, yeah, it's related to the topic, and I'm personally interested in the AI-driven consumption, content consumption. So, because I think for AI agents, the metadata has to be visible and readable, it has to be prepared in a certain way. So they love chunked contents. So they actually don't consume the whole article. They proceed, they chunk the content, and they label basically each paragraph with concepts, because this helps them to create knowledge graphs. And when you answer AI question, they basically mapping your concepts of your question to the concepts of the internal knowledge graph, and then retrieve the papers to answer your question. So my question is, I don't know whether you've been thinking maybe in this direction to prepare. I know that you deal already like creating a quality system within the existing metadata formats is already very difficult. But I'm like, were you thinking of maybe of kind of another layer, creating a metadata which AI agents would prefer, that would enhance the visibility of the content within the AI? We cannot track it for now. It's closed. It's a proprietary data. It's not. But yeah, I'm just, if we've been thinking in direction of AI, it's related also to the loads, the infrastructural pressure you have, and so on. So yeah.
So one of our next steps is to develop the new metadata schema. And we are also working now with OpenAir on preparing, adjusting our metadata to other standards and so on. And we are very aware of interoperability, and this is like one of the next steps. But we decided to do that after the migration to the new system, because it doesn't make any sense for us to change the standards of the schema of the metadata right now before the migration. But we have this in mind, that we need to enrich it. And we were also talking about some AI tools within our systems to be developed in the future. So yeah, I think Victor may say.
I wanted to comment that also we are in the Graphia project. We are like use case, but we are also doing some other stuff to research the knowledge graph. So I believe that also will help answer the question you asked.
Yeah, OPERAS is also. Thanks a lot. Yes, thanks a lot. Again, so, and we'll proceed to the next presentation. I'm happy to welcome Irena Vipauts-Barvar. Is the correct pronunciation? Yes, okay. She is a data curation research data management specialist at the Slovenian Social Science Data Archives at the University of Ljubljana. And her work focuses on social science research, data preservation, metadata standards, fair and open data practices, and training researchers in data management and reuse. And she has contributed to several European research infrastructure and digital preservation initiatives with expertise in data documentation and long-term accessibility of social science data. Yes, and we'll hear some insights on data citation, how you properly cite the data, and I'm happy to listen to your talk.
Thank you for the introduction. Yes, I'm coming from a bit different, let's say, organization as most of you. I'm working with data themselves, but all of that is also linked to journal and publishing, and I would like to tell a bit of a story today about that. So to start, our data archive or repository is part of CESDA. So CESDA will have 50 years next month. So if anyone is in Bergen, in Norway, more than welcome to join us. But I would also like to point out that we are a consortium of several organizations, currently 23, and really a lot of work is done together. We cannot do things on our own. And as we were in previous presentation, talking about joining and who are responsible for something, I would like to also say something about the work that we did in CESDA. But in order to start the story, I also need to say that some of this work was based on previous work done by different Research Data Alliance groups, on Force 11, some Dublin core elements. And I was just taking out a few of key data citation principles, and perhaps let's just go through them. One of them is importance. Data are legitimate, citable research outputs, which we sometimes forget. They need accreditation, and credits must give proper scholarly, citation must give properly scholarly credits. Then they are really important for the evidence. Any claim based on data should cite that data. They need to have persistent identifier. They need to be accessible. And then they need to have identifiers and metadata that will need to remain over time. Citation need to point to the exact data usage, and a lot of these things needs to be interoperable, but are also on the one point flexible when we're talking about large data sets. And also just to add that all of these needs to be both human readable and machine actionable. So this is really important elements there. And you know how it is, you want to serve your own community because they don't read RDI outputs and others. So we went and worked a bit with data citation working group. The working group is led by a Swiss service provider, but there are several service providers also joining. And yes, we wanted to advance data citation practices. So data that we have in repositories are from 60s and 70s. And we, yes, as everyone noticed, that it's not really a practice that the data would be citable. So it actually means that there is a recognition gap, you know. Data are essential for our work that we have a publication, but they are not there. They are there for the fundings, but it's really difficult. And what is also really important, you know, if you did ever any research, you probably noticed that collecting the data really takes time. So writing an article, it does take time, but usually collecting the really good data could take years, you know. And that if this is not really recognizable, if this is not citable, it's only the articles and all our effort that is there in the back, it's not visible. But then we also notice that there are some citation practices, but they are not consistent. So it's really difficult to monitor what is actually going on, which data is used and how. And what is happening if we don't really take care of that is we have even less sharing and reusability of data, because data are really difficult then to find and access and verify. We have everything fragmented in different repositories, so we need to connect this somehow. And this is basically a challenge. it's not something just for the researchers. It is, but there needs to be a support for the whole system in the back so that researcher can actually do some things at the end, because just asking them to cite data, it's not really going to work. Hence, we were working on CESA Data Citation Guide. This is work of several years, but it was published at the beginning of last year. And main goals were, yes, to basically enable citation practices, to have clear practical guidance for researchers, for publishers, for the repositories, to define what kind of workflows there need to be, and so on. We identify 6 stakeholder groups that would need to take care of some of these elements in order so the data could be really cited and that we can monitor elements. And I'll go through all of them, also explaining or introducing some of the work that we done in Slovenia. So as general recommendations, you can see there are 6 core components. There's nothing else than a normal, basically, citation of an article. You need an author, you need a title, year of publication, version, data publisher, and DOI, or persistent identifier, other one. So it's just a normal element. And yes, if you are at all able, and also you know, the practice supports that, it would be good to have also a dataset number, a type would be welcome, but also place of publication in that. And this is how it could look like. Again, nothing else than the normal citations, but we are referring to a special resource type. And we really see that some of this is supported by some of the styles and not necessary but by others. That's why we put it as a recommended. So let's go now to these stakeholders that we identified. So when we're talking about high-level research policy and strategy development, it is important that on the level of, you know, country, organization, the data are required to be cited. So we need to have benefits of data citation clear in policies, and we also need to require reporting on that, because that's also really important. So it's not only to put it there in the citation, but also really link it in the monitoring system. So a few years ago, Slovenia accepted quite a few laws and decrees that are related to the scientific research and innovation. And in these, they're quite really detailed, you know, definition of what needs to be done with the data. Data needs to be available, how it needs to be available, under which kind of funding conditions, etc. And there are several additional regulations that each university would have. But I would also like to add one of the debates that we had in these 2 days. This doesn't really come for free, so you need to have a support in the back. And Slovenia's action plan for open science is backed by 7 million budget of the period of 23-24-30, an additional budget for some projects there in the back. So there is some money that supports all of these developments. When we're talking about research performing organizations, so we have now a government and we go local to the university or other institutes, we also need to have implementation of the rules there, because otherwise it just doesn't work, you know, if you don't have something there. But it also means that you need to have a bit of a guidance, how this all needs to be visible, how you need to evaluate that, etc. And for these, we had one of the large national projects where almost all research performing organizations of Slovenia were involved, I think -1. Where we needed actually until June 26 to really prepare and implement all the internal documents for all the research performing organization that is related to publication and accessibility of data, but also linked to the protocols for research data management, because there is, you know, where everything starts. It doesn't start at the end, but you actually need to do the publication, but at the beginning. And when we go back to journals and publishers, this is also important. We need to make sure that data citations are basically there as standard list of reference. We need to require for authors to cite data and how to cite it. We need to encourage also the quality assurance of all the materials that we publish in the repositories. And this is one of the parts, the paragraph from this decree. As you see, it also states that all the scientific journals that are basically financed by 50 or more % by public money needs to have research data curation rules published, and they need to require citation in the list of resources at the end of the scientific articles. And based on this decree, there was quite some work going on in the last few years. It was heavily supported by Research Data Alliance Slovenia. And these guidelines is the third version of the guidelines and first translated in English, published last week, actually. We are really supporting all this implementation and support that the journals need, because we see that for them it's really difficult to know how certain policies needs to be written and how to go about it. These policies were then accepted by actually all the University of Ljubljana research journals, which are quite few, but I'm just exposing one here, and these are the topics that we actually needed to cover, because it's not only about a citation. You actually need to start with explaining what data is, because many journals would say, we don't have data, what's the data? And then about the policy of mandatory citation. Then you need to talk about the exceptions to open access to research data, because everyone would say, yes, I'm an exception. No. What is really exception? Then really a problematic thing that we notice is list of trusted repositories, because there are not really repositories available for all disciplines. So what do we do? How do we go about that? We notice also from today's presentations that are different possibilities. Then it's just about general citation, but then also data availability statement examples and responsibility of authors, editors, and reviewers. So this is something that we defined in these policies, and it can be always reviewed back and said. And then at the end, you have general FAQ, which starts with, do I have to share my data when submitting, to the article? And the answer is yes, and then you start from there. Also, what we are working on is the examples of author statements of data availability, because this is also, when we're trying to be interoperable, it's good that you have similar things so that it's not written differently and they have different interpretations, but it goes in the direction data are used, and if there are some exceptions, I'm not going to go in that presentation, it's going to be published. But then I'm coming from data repository, and this is also really important for us, for all the CESDA members, is that we have all, citation kind of elements as part of the software that we're using. But as you might know, our metadata goes much deeper than metadata on just journal articles. So it really describes all the methodology and the question tags that are in a survey. And these are just an example of how it might look like. This is from German social science provider, and this is from Slovene, using a Dataverse system, which was addressed several times during this conference. And yeah, you can export in some systems in the back. It's really important that we really support also the authors with all of that, so that they know how to do it, and that's why we also have several lectures and workshops in this respect. And this is how this might look like in an article. So you have data availability statement where you define where your data is visible, but as you can see here, there's no direct link to the repository, but it's linked to the reference in the bottom where there's a bit more description of that, how the data is actually then available. One element that we also identified is that ethical committees are usually first, space where researcher would go because they need to go there. And it's really good that also ethical committees advise to researchers that even if the data are sensible, that they need to publish the metadata. So it's not automatically saying, yes, your data is sensible, and you can go against that. And all of that really needs to be defined in the data management plan. So just to conclude, we are building a culture. It's one thing is to have all the technical support in the back, but we really see that it's also, the training that is there. And we are talking, about the recognition. And then basically one of the actions that we did is that we wrote the CESDA guide and that we are trying to implement it through the real life work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, data citations are a cornerstone of open science, and it's super interesting and exciting to hear these developments, and I welcome the questions. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have a small comment. You are using MID, the sustainability published by MID, maybe not a good example because MPDI is a potential predatory publisher, and especially sustainability. It's a potential predatory journal. So using this one as an example may not be convincing.
I will check that out. Thank you for pointing out. It's just one of the researchers, national-wise, but thank you for pointing that out. I'll check it.
There is a controversial discussion around it, but you can check it.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Irena. We talked about it, but I want to mention it loudly because as an editor, I'm struggling with, first of all, authors providing links to the, I don't know, some type of resources which are not maintained or URLs are not updated. Then they are providing statements, data is available upon request, etc. So I guess this is not good policy, I know that. And but what aspect is most that we are most struggling with in the journal is the evaluation of data quality. So who should evaluate that? Editor, I guess, of course, but reviewers, of course, but in reality, no one is diving so deep into the data. So my question is, what are your thoughts about the, sustainability of this system of reporting data that, should be, of course, fair, but sometimes it's not all about fair data. It's about data having sense at all, so in the research. So I'm not sure that our reviewers are skillful enough with a few exceptions, but perhaps I'm wrong. So some reflections on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are two views on that, basically. One thing is that we insist that researchers actually publish in trusted repository as ADP, because it's not going, the publication of data, it's not going to happen the same as the Nodo. You publish and it's there. We will, massage you for a month to actually really check all the data that is there. And I think that's something that, as a reviewer, if you know that the data is published in trusted repository, and know that repository did a review. Okay, repository did a review, and I check it out. And we also define what kind of quality stamp actually that material gets. It's not everything is perfect. But I realized that in most of the cases, this is not going to be the case. And then it's a question of who is doing the review. Yes, as you said. We also noticed that technical editors, in many cases, they don't have expertise. They might not even have tools to actually open a data file, so it's difficult for you, to check. So in reality, we should ask reviewers. But as we were discussing these 2 days, if reviewer is something that is, not really paid, do you want to burden them with another task? Will they actually do it? But yes, then it's a question about, the journal. If you want to keep the quality and stand behind the article themselves, you need to have that and other steps. But we also just saw, just as a request from an editor to an author that they need to have data published, it reduced the number of requests for the publication of journals, because then it's already, the articles that are a bit grayish, might not be okay, they will, step down because they know that you will insist about the data that's in the back. So I think it's really important. It's really giving additional transparency to the article itself, that this is there. But what we see now as an issue is that for those researchers that didn't start thinking about that at the beginning, they will not be able to share the data because they don't have legal and ethical grounds for that. They don't have consents for sharing the data. So this is now really becoming a problem. And that's why I'm exposing, you need to have these in data management plan, you need to have it ethical committee, you need to know how you will publish the data so you'll be able to cite it. It's really going full circle. Yes, that for sure, yes, yeah.
Yes. It was simultaneous, so I have to decide who is the first.
We can flip the coin. Just wonder, because there was a case that on our journal that you have this layer, 3-layer narrative, data, and hermeneutic. And data, in fact, realize that sometimes it's understood by the author that there are some that they provide really the raw data, the tidy data, and after some data that they have also use what I think we call scientific data for the visualization. And sometimes I have just the data to produce the visualization.
So I saw several layers of that. For us, it's really important that the, let's say, core microdata are available. So it might not be the source data because it might need to be tweaked a bit because of the anonymization rules and some of the elements, but it needs to be a core micro, a data file. So not a macro, not a table that is basically just there for the graph that is actually in the article. This doesn't really, count as fair data because there's no way you can go back, So I think when we're talking about fair, we need to talk about the microdata in the back. Yeah.
Okay, I have a question that about something that you already said that it's tricky, and this is the list of trusted repositories that you recommend, that the journals recommend. So especially in social sciences, you already have CESDA and very established criteria and the infrastructures. But then when it comes to humanities, in many areas, there are no thematic subject repositories for research data. And we, for instance, then recommend institutional repositories, but they have a much lower curation quality, I would say. So do you consider them as trusted or not? How do you deal with that?
So we have a list of recommended repositories by our research agency. And these are the list of repositories that actually, will mark the technical elements. So for sure, for those that doesn't have repositories, they will go to the institutional, they might even go to Zenodo. I don't think it's an issue about the repository, but it's an issue of who's checking the quality. Because that's something in the back. And we had an issue just 2 weeks ago from the University of Ljubljana repository when actually a reviewer requested an update of a data file because they reviewed what was there in the repository and said it's not good enough, it's not good documentation. But what we also did in Slovenia, because we are heavily working with data stewards, we propose a template for the README file. So that it's additional to the metadata that you would put in the repository, additional to the data that you would have quite, let's say, at least a proper documentation so things could be repeatable. So I think that's also important. So if you don't have a space, try to work with your community and try to develop the templates for the README file for that. But yes, it's a curation element. Yeah.
Thank you. My first question was about the README file, because I'm a former coordinator of the Polish Data Stewards Network, so we struggled a lot with everything that you mentioned, and I'm really glad that there are some recommendations like ready to reuse. But I was also curious about the metadata, because the authorship is something that we struggle a lot. So do you distinguish contributors of the data set? Because sometimes it's very difficult to say that this is the author of the data set, because there are many contributors with many different roles. Is it included in the metadata standards that you are developing?
So the metadata standard itself, which is DDI, has this included. The problem is that currently Dataverse as a tool doesn't offer that. So we have a Slovene version because it's actually, the problem is that even the materials that you have, like questionnaires, could have different authors than metadata or the file. So currently the tool doesn't support that. So we had developed something on our own, and we are improving that. Yeah, I mean, you have this possibility, but it's then always difficult to know how to go about it. But I just want to go back to the README file. As I told you before, our metadata schema, which is DDI, ISO confirmed now from this year, has several thousand lines, which means that all of these lines could be harvested by the joint catalog, which is a problem with README file, because a README file is a file, even if it's added as a text file, it's not interoperable. You cannot filter by some elements, and this is something that we found really problematic. You can't filter by, I don't know, some keywords because they are just not there. But yeah, there are templates, there are things, but it's a problem for tool, I think, even more than file.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy that we managed, we had a whole hour and we had only 2 presentations, and I actually enjoyed it a lot, this smooth tempo that we had all the time to listen carefully and to ask the questions. So I would like to thank our presenter again.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, and now we have 15 minutes break, and then we have the last closing session of this wonderful conference. Thanks a lot.